Hello, everybody, and welcome. Good morning, good afternoon. If you're in a place in the world where it is the afternoon, it is almost 6 a.m. over here, but I couldn't have asked for a better opportunity to showcase this run. My name is Trilogy Reignited. We are going to go through, well, we just went through Spyro 3, the PS1 version. So let's kind of fast forward into the future being 2018, and go into the Reignited Trilogy. For anyone who doesn't know, the Reignited Trilogy was a complete remaster of, or a complete remake from the ground up for the first three Spyro games: Spyro 1, Spyro the Dragon, Spyro 2, Ripto's Rage, and the best one, Spyro 3, Year of the Dragon. Now, we are going to go through something, a category that is often not shown off in marathons and barely anybody actually runs, called the 293. What it is a special form of a trifecta where you are doing essentially collecting every single non-gem main collectible in all three games. Spyro 1, we're going to rescue all 80 dragons. Spyro 2, we are going to collect all 64 orbs. And Spyro 3, we are going to collect all 149 eggs. There is no 150 egg. I don't know what you're talking about. The last run, Mousie's PB, that you all should totally check out. That's propaganda. There is no 150 egg. 150th egg. So, we are all ready to go. I'm happy to start counting it down if our wonderful team in the back is all ready to go. We are going to be starting off with Spyro 1. We're going to be essentially going in chronological order. It doesn't matter what order of the games we do, but you know, for the sake of consistency, let's just go from Spyro 1 to Spyro 2 to Spyro 3. All right, we are all ready to go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. I'm pretty excited. This has been a category that I've often been curious about in terms of testing it out. I am a big fan of like really long speed runs, but I hardly ever actually get to do anything like this. So it's a wonderful opportunity for me to be able to showcase one of my favorite long categories to speed run. Among the games that I learned to speedrun here at Really Long Done, more specifically, Really Civil Rights, which I'm so thrilled that we got to $1,000. And while I was asleep, of course, and I missed that monumental moment, but I'm really happy. It's a wonderful cause, raising money for the ACLU, and yeah, we're gonna have a fun time. You know, it's 6 a.m. here on the East Coast in the United States, and it's 3 a.m. over on the West Coast. For any Europeans out there that, you know, maybe it's almost lunchtime, hope that you're all having a wonderful time. And for anybody not in the US or in Europe, also hope you're having a wonderful day. We're gonna be here for a while, so get yourself comfy. And we're already at 3 dragons rescued, so yeah, we're kind of already speeding through this. The way, for anyone who doesn't know about the way Spyro 1 works. So, Spyro 1, the main plot of the game for Spyro 1 is simply our main antagonist, Nasty Nork, was watching TV, was watching a live interview, and all the dragons just started calling him ugly for no reason. It was like, hey, what'd you think of Nasty Nork? Yeah, no, he's ugly. Yeah, but who cares about him? And he got real mad at him, and honestly, justified crash out. He decided to just straight up freeze every single dragon in the entire game, with the exception of Spyro. Reason why he wasn't frozen is because he was too small to be caught in the little freezing beam that Nasty has thrown. But yeah, so our job is just simply to collect get every single dragon, free them. The way that it works in Spyro 1 with progression is obviously you got gems, you got eggs that we have to rescue from thieves, and obviously you got the dragons. there are 5 homeworlds. No, technically 6, but 5. The first 5 require to accomplish a certain objective. The first homeworld, Artisans, which we are in right now, or rather, to be more specific, the homeworld is Artisans, and we are going through just all the levels in Artisans. So we finished through Stone Hill. Now we're in Town Square. The objective here is to rescue 10 dragons. Next up will be Peacekeepers, where we have to collect 1,200 gems. After that, it is Magic Crafters, where we have to rescue 5 dragon eggs. After that, it is Beastkeepers, where we have to rescue 50 dragons. And lastly, Dreamweavers, where we have to collect 6,000 gems to be more specific. So what you saw right now is actually a special feature added to the Reignited Trilogy. This was never present in the original Spyro 1, which is fast travel. We call it guidebooking because it's basically similar, akin to what the feature in Spyro 3 does, where you open the guidebook and you're able to fast travel to any level you have previously gone to. But in the Reignited Trilogy, that is there for every single game from the get-go, as opposed to Spyro 3 on the PS1, where that is only like a post-game feature that you get, if memory serves me correctly. Which actually does wonders as far as routing, because now we are able to try our best and maximize kind of everything that we are able to kind of maximize going to different levels. Even you're gonna see a couple of instances throughout this entire run in all 3 games where we are going to be using oh, and it might, okay, well, we snuck past that Nork. Okay, that's interesting. We're gonna be using that little fast travel ability to, oh, it did flip. What the, okay, that was weird. Where we're able to just we're gonna try to revisit some older levels, not to do anything. Sometimes we're gonna revisit some levels only because there are things we can't do on a first go around and requires a second go around at it. Sometimes we're just gonna go into those levels because it is closer to our next destination, and only that. So right now, actually, this is a pretty solid start, actually. Gem count is good so far, although the amount of gems we have, especially in 80 dragons, has become far less of something to be worried about, as opposed to something like any percent, or in Reignited's case, 80% NBS, which is no balloon and skip. Yeah, because that category and the original PS1 versions of any percent, gems become a lot more important to try and route in. But here, because we're going to every single level, well, almost every single level in the game, we kind of don't have to worry a whole lot about making sure we try to collect every possible gem we can find. And just like that, we're basically done with artisans.
Are you ready to go?
Believe me, it is not going to be this simple. Peacekeepers is actually where the game now properly starts to get just a little bit tough. Actually, I wouldn't even call it tough. We're out of the tutorial stage. The training wheels have been kicked off, and we're now off into the world. As you kind of notice, there were hardly any enemies out there that could actually hurt us. In fact, we only made physical contact with like one enemy, which is those giant Norks at Dark Hollow with a giant like steel chest plate, and they didn't even damage us. But now we're seeing kind of like now we're gonna see instances where basically everything in this game is gonna try to hurt us. not only are we gonna notice some of the enemies are actually gonna start to hurt us, we're also gonna see the gen values go up by a significant margin. You know, we across the entirety of those levels, we grabbed like, I don't know, just a little north of 200 gems. But now every single level that we go to, we're gonna be going through, we're gonna be collecting that much, if not more. Ooh, that was cool. The jump is a little deceptive. There we go. One thing you're also going to notice, and I would have made this jump if this was on a lower frame rate, that actually does play a little bit of a role when it comes to Spyro Reignited speedrunning, because in, let's see, how many gems? Okay, we kind of dropped a lot of gems, but that's okay. I really did get everything. Okay, yep, I got all the dragons. But one thing about Reignited speedrunning is the fact if you're playing on the PC version, you'll notice that if you boot this up on the PC, you are going to be able to change the frame rate, and that actually does play a role with things. A lot is actually affected by the frame rate. The most obvious thing that is affected by whatever frame rate you put in is the fact that Spyro's jump is affected. So the lower the frame rate, the higher Spyro can jump. I had someone kind of explain it to me, and it's like the frame rate itself, it doesn't affect the jump itself. It kind of affects the gravity of a little bit, like kind of like affects the gravity a little bit of the world. So the higher the frame rate, the heavier kind of that gravity is, which makes it so Spyro jumps not as high as he could. So we are currently playing on 50 FPS, which is good enough really to kind of go through the game the way I want to, and kind of how most runners play, if I'm being honest. That Sparks did not grab that 10. That is not a 10. That is a 10 gem I do not want to miss. Unfortunately, we're just going to keep it going. Gem count's not worried. This is not like missing that yellow gem that gives us 10 gems. It's not run killing. By no stretch of the imagination. We just started this run. We're only not even a dozen minutes into the run. So that's not the issue. But it does start to... I don't want pressure to be kind of put on already from the get-go. So we are running, so to kind of put a cap on the frame rate thing. So it also affects Spyro. It also affects things as far as the collision. Sometimes at a higher frame rate, the geometry in certain aspects of and some levels, and even the hitboxes on certain walls and such, they do get affected, which makes certain tricks that we're gonna do later on in the run that much harder to execute. So for the purposes of making runs a lot easier, and in doing tricks that is a lot easier on myself, and even just straight up doable, we are going to be lowering the frame rate. We're going to be lowering the frame rate to 36 FPS, starting with Spyro 2, and it's going to basically stay that way for the rest of the run. So enjoy the nice 50 FPS for the moment. right, here comes our first flight level in the game, which you're gonna see it's basically present in every single level. Although they did start calling them speedways in the second game and third game. For anyone who doesn't know, these are basically like free flying obstacle course levels where we are going to basically there's 4 groups of 8 of 8 anything. In this case, it's 4 group of rings, 8 lighthouses to light up, 8 chests to flame, and 8 arches to go through. And we have a time limit. But the main thing about doing these, they don't give us dragons or anything. But they do give us gems, which are, as I mentioned, they become less important to try and collect every single gem that you find, only because in 80 dragons you're going to be going through so many levels, you're naturally going to get more gems than normal. However, that doesn't mean flight levels still don't, that doesn't mean flight levels can't serve a role in a category like this. However, in Spyro 2 and 3, the flight levels or the speedway levels are going to be way more important, only because they do actually give those collectibles that we do need for those levels, for those respective games. All right, okay, here comes the instance another instance I was telling you about. We're fast traveling just to be able to get closer to the next level. So far, I would say this is actually not a bad start to the run. Hopefully everyone's enjoying, as I mentioned, hopefully enjoying this beautiful early morning here in the United States. Doesn't matter where in the US you are. It is either 6 a.m. Where I am, 3 a.m. if you're on the West Coast, and then also 4 or 5 a.m. If you're in between those 2 time zones. And shoutouts to all the basically also want to take a look, this level also has is one of the few levels that actually has 5 dragons, so not much to this level other than essentially just going through this level kind of regularly as one would in a casual sense. So I want to actually take this time to kind of shout out the people behind really long Dawn for even giving me the opportunity to showcase this category. My debut in this marathon. I actually learned about this group last year with their December. I think it was like in December last year, and I was like, "Oh, this sounds really cool." But at the time, I didn't know any categories that I would say was a long would classify under quote unquote long. But since then, that has changed. And do I grab that gem? Unfortunate. Dropped a few gems there, but that's okay. We are still, our gem count is still pretty darn solid. It should be 1365. Okay, yeah, no, we are good. It's still in the range of acceptable. It is, although it is not a gem count where I can be like, maybe I should it's not at a point where I can just liberally start dropping leaving gems to not collect. So I still need to be a little bit more careful about that. But yeah, as I was saying, I don't know any of the anything that I would classify as like a really long speed run, but that has since changed. And also shout out to all the runners in this marathon. It's been a thoroughly enjoyable time. And it's funny because like I saw the schedule And I looked at it, and then I'm kind of like, I'm starting at 7:20 in the morning, my time. Now, part of me, it was excited, but I also knew I am actually not going to sleep that much because I knew the two runners before me, J and Mousy. I knew they were going to go way underestimate. So I am actually really happy that I kind of mentally prepared myself for this occasion to have to go a little bit early, which I was more than happy to. Because I knew, and also shout out to Tulin, by the way, which I caught the end of that Spyro 3 117% run. GG's on the, again, honestly, I'm sure you're probably exhausted and probably sleeping, but GG's on that PV. Love to see a PV in a Spyro game in a marathon setting. So now on here with Dreamweavers. I'm sorry, not Dreamweavers, Magic Crafters. I always confuse, for what I'm always confusing Magic Crafters with Dreamweavers. I don't know why. But in the Magic Crafters homeworld, you're gonna see a lot more platforms centered around more platforming centered around. Oh, wow, that was. You're gonna see a lot more platforming center around the environment changing because of the enemies. As you kind of saw with those like really big green wizards, kind of moving those two pillars left and right. And Reignited, this was Reignited. This was actually a much oops, I didn't mean to do that. That is fine. We were gonna have to collect that dragon anyway, but that now was not the time to do it. Yeah. So normally, if you were playing this on the PS1, we actually would have been doing this level first in a speed run. The reason why we didn't is because, one, as I mentioned, the whole guidebooking fast travel thing that has allowed us to essentially be able to go to a later level, then come back at the start for Alpine Ridge. By the way, Chad, how do you pronounce it? Alpine or Alpine? Because in the Spyro community, I have often heard the pronunciation Alpine, but I'm also a Formula One fan, and there's a French team by the same name, but people pronounce it Alpine. So I'm curious to see what do people actually, what do non-speedrunners or non-Spyro speedrunners and non-Formula One fans actually say? I'm actually interested in seeing what y'all think about. And there's actually another fun fact about this level, more specifically. This level is also right. So close. Unfortunate. So unfortunate. That is okay. I thought I could make that jump. I couldn't, so. This level is a big reason why we actually run this game at 50 FPS. For whatever reason, there is a weird bug in this game where there is a weird bug in this game that some of the enemies in Magic Crafters, they have sort of like a set time of like when they do their animation to kind of move the platforms around the level. However, if you are running this game at a frame rate that is a multiple of 12, so 36, 48, 60, you get the gist. sometimes the game bugs out and the enemies just straight up refuse to lower the platform, making actually playing the level kind of impossible, believe it or not. So yeah, unless you lower the frame rate. So that is why we actually run this at 50. 50 keeps it at visually, 50 looks pretty good. And also it avoids that potential crash. Not crash, but that potential bug from occurring. Theoretically, we could try to run this at 34, I think it was 34 FPS, but it's not necessary, really. Okay, I missed that, Druid. That's, like I said, the gem count is fine. The gem count is fine, but it is something I need to be worried. I need to be very, very wary of. And I'm starting to see, like, okay, it is a bit of it depends on the language, which makes sense. But that's always been something that's like really funny, is how depending on sort of what you're doing, the pronunciation can change amongst English speakers who do not know any better, per se. And I'm seeing some of the OG goats of SRT kind of making into the wow. Oh, I am not supposed to be doing this. That's fine. That is fine. We're gonna be taking a double def here. That is my PS1 routing taking over the intrusive thoughts of Spyro 1 PS1 version coming alive, but that's fine. This means we get extra gems, which means technically it makes us able to have to tackle certain levels a lot more aggressively. So in reality, maybe it's not as bad as the time lost, but I don't like the fact that we are only at 1 life remaining, but them's the breaks. But yeah, shoutouts to Surf and Board Banana, who are just two of the loveliest people in SRT. Surf, who actually, first of all, shout out to Surf, who actually got a PB in any percent in SRT 3, which is absolutely fantastic. Love to see that. Former world record holder, Board Banana, one of just the absolute chillest, coolest people I know in the community. And speaking of SRT in marathons, Surf was actually at ASM in Australia with a absolutely wonderful race showcase, racing between the reignited version of Spyro 3 and the original version of Spyro 3 with Dact. I highly recommend go check that out. It is a beautiful, wonderful showcase of both of those games and the differences and similarities both games have. This Crystal Flight actually is going really, really well. The main thing about Crystal Flight, as far as trying to get an optimal Crystal Flight, is basically ensuring that you can drop down to that first arch that we passed through and still able to collect all 8 or flame all 8 of the planes. So I'm very, very glad I was doing. I was practicing that last night as well as a couple other flight/speedway levels. So I'm real happy that that practice is already paying off in spades. All right, not bad. So just kind of eyeballing my gem count. 2,828. That's pretty good. Okay, that's pretty solid. Anything in the 2,800s, in low to mid 2,800s, it's perfectly acceptable. If you're kind of below 2,800 at this point, it's not a bad thing, but it then becomes something like where you might want to kind of be a little bit more cognizant of what how many gems you're collecting in every single level. However, we're fine. This gem count is very much fine. And we're going to be collecting a lot of gems here. We're going to be getting almost every... This is the one level that I would say it is closest to how you would do complete this level 100%. We're going to be getting basically everything except for 2 gems at the very end of the level, which makes Blowhard one of the like must-have levels to try and take advantage of your collecting gems per se. All right, go. Still on pace to get a nice PB. In at least this first category.
Would you like to go?
ASM mentioned Pog. Yeah. Oh yeah, no. ASM. I was watching ASM and it was a lot of fun. A lot of great Spyro representation, not just with that race I was mentioning between Surf and Dag. We actually shout out to the Ricky, who had just an absolutely phenomenal run of the original Spyro one. This game has a special category called Vortex, where if you kind of started to notice some of the level, every single level, but you may have noticed in some of them, they all have, there's a vortex at the very end, which basically is kind of like your endpoint. And so the objective of that category is to go through every single vortex in the game, except for the very last one, Nasty's Loot. And the purpose of that is it is an awesome trick category where you get to see like some of the wackiest and most impressive tricks you'll see in like on a 3D platformer. So if you're ever curious about that side of Spyro 1 speedrunning, I highly recommend you check out literally any high level vortex runners runs. I myself would not classify, I wouldn't call myself a high level vortex runner, but my PB in that one is a 27 minutes, which is actually not bad for someone who really interesting. Okay. I was kind of banking on a special feature in this game that was added. Oh, I'm actually close to game over. So I need to collect lives. Lickety split. But in Reignited. Oh, because I died, it resets things. That's fine. Missing those gems is not the end of the world, but it is not ideal, if I'm being perfectly honest. All right. Thankfully, we were able to get 2 lives there, so I'm pretty darn happy about that. Okay. Pretty darn happy about that. Gem count is not suffering. Despite me not getting that second strong chest you can only access for fireworks. I hope you've been enjoying the flight levels, because this actually will be the very last flight level that we're gonna do in Spyro 1. There is actually one more flight level that we could do. I see flight. Yes, I see flight. However, with the way we've been collecting gems throughout this run, it is actually it's actually unnecessary. Believe it or not, we actually don't need to do that. Ah, unfortunate. Let's go back and get that plane. And it's gonna be like a 5-second time loss. Okay, here comes every Spyro 1 runner's favorite level. I say this with no hint of sarcasm whatsoever. Missy Bog. This level is the bane of every runner's life when it comes to this game. It is, I would say, probably the hardest level in the entire game from a speedrunning perspective, because anything and everything can go wrong in this level. One small thing could snowball into something massive. So we are hoping that that is not the case here. But already we're gonna go through our the first major difference between how people play this level in the in Reignited versus OG, and that is that we actually go to this section first, as opposed to this being like the second to last new area that we go through in the PS1 version, because that little rock has enough of a hitbox for Spyro to land on and be able to get to this level while only taking like one bit of damage. For anyone who was not present for Mousy's 117 run right before this, so let me explain to you how Sparks works. The way Sparks works is he operates as both your health bar and your gem collection apparatus. Okay, sorry, had to focus quickly to make sure that nothing went wrong here. Because this is a level that can go, like I mentioned, can go oh so wrong here. But yeah, Sparks, the way Sparks works is he has your health bar, and he also collects gems for you, as you've been kind of noticing. Yellow Sparks means he is at full health, which means you can take a max of 3 hits before losing a life. Blue Sparks means you can take 2. Green Sparks means 1 more hit and you die. And no Sparks means next hit you die. So have to be extremely careful with how I tackle this, because I do not want to be at only 1 life remaining. Let's see, can I make this? Okay, I did. Okay, thankfully I was able to do this. Okay. No problem, no problem, no problem. Let's see, 42, 30. Okay. Gem collect. Okay, our gem count is a tiny bit lower than I would have liked. However, I am still. I'm still feeling pretty darn good about how this is going. We're not at a point where I am worried about being under gem. Not even close. Not even close. But it's not, but now I'm at a point where like, and you can't really, I can't really afford to lose like an extra 100 gems or something for the rest of the run. So this level is probably treetops. The gimmick of this level is that there's going to be super charge paths to use and traverse to all the different little islands in this level. We're going to be doing something a little bit off the beaten path in regards to that. Come on. Really? Come on. Ah, come on. There we go. That's all right. That's what I need. That's what we want. And just like that, we were able to access this thing at a much quicker and a much shorter travel flight than intended, which is essentially you go to like a bunch of different small islands to slowly keep picking up speed and getting enough just to be able to get to this level. However, able to just kind of we're able to just get enough speed to go to that island regardless. Right now 4460. Okay, so we are, from my gem count calculations, we're about 80 gems down, which sounds worse than it actually is. In reality, this is we're kind of basically even with what I would like with how many gems I would like to have at this point in the run. I did not actually see the actual gem count, but I'm hoping, my hope is that right now we have 49 dragons. There's only one dragon left in this level. There's only one dragon at all in this level. Oh, what am I talking about? This I'm thinking like 80%. No, that's never been an issue, actually. Sorry, that is any percent. That is the any percent enthusiast in me. Thinking like, oh my god, do I have enough dragons? Like, or do I have enough gems? Like, yeah, we got enough. We got enough. Trust me. Okay, ooh, not a big fan of getting hit right there. It will be fine. The amount of gems we've been collecting has been really solid. Good pacing here. I don't know if this actually might be the best with this routing. With this routing, I think that might have been the best metalhead I've ever had. All right, good recovery. Good recovery after what was a sort of middle of the road magic rafters. I'm pretty happy about that. And we did recover just a tiny bit of the gems here, so I am feeling really good about things right now. Ooh, that's fine. Ooh, would have loved for that. Okay, I would have loved to have been able to grab that fodder to be at blue sparks, but it's not the end of the world, but gonna have to be pretty cognizant. Okay, so I actually recovered a few gems back. So I am, I said I was 80 gems from my gem count, which actually it's a really, really high gem count. So I actually shouldn't be trying to match how many gems I should have on with what I have written down. But I did recover, but I did get back 10 gems. So instead of 80, I'm now only, I'm only 70. Just like that, we are already at the, we're kind of nearing somewhat the end of, oh boy. That is not what I want. I'm actually going to do something that I'm very fortunate. It's a thing in the Reignited trilogy. We are actually going to quit game. We're going to quit the game and get back into it because it is a very quick way to be able to go back to full health. And typically when we do stuff like this, we really only do it in at the start of levels to kind of minimize the amount of time we actually lose. And just like that, we are back to full health. And at most, that only loss is like a second and a half. When I say we lose a second and a half, I'm not talking about RTA. When it comes to Spyro Reignited Trilogy, speedrunning it on the PC version, we actually use a load remover. So we basically do things from that. Oh, that's actually. Am I in trouble? Oh my god, it barely clutched it out. Oh my god, that was close. I needed to try to get to that strong metal door. It can only be I didn't think I actually gonna make it. There we go. Basically, we're gonna do the same thing we did at Treetops, only now in Haunted Towers, because at the end of this little section there is a fairy that will give you all these fairies in these in this level give you a temporary super flame power up. However, there is one that we're gonna see in a second where it's not temporary, it is permanent throughout the level. So we want to try to get that fairy. So we're able to basically blast through the entirety of the level with no problem whatsoever. And just be able to take care of these enemies with no problem whatsoever. Because otherwise, we wouldn't be able to do it. Because the normal flames is just not going to be enough to cut it. Yes, this level with this current route is actually pretty darn good because it gives us the ability to basically get as many gems as possible. Oh, come on. I'm not dropping that 5. Which, as I mentioned kind of earlier, would have basically resulted in us not even needing to... did I get all the dragons? It basically resulted in us not even needing to do Icy Flap, but we're going to get so many gems right now. Just check. Yep. Did get every single dragon. That is, awesome sauce. As the kids say, for I am an old man, measly not even 30 and a half years old. I'm only 30 and 4 months. Exactly 4 months. My birthday was exactly 4 months ago. Okay, 5208. Okay. We recovered some. Okay. Gem count. This gem count's really darn good. Okay, so really, I should try to only get. I want to say like maybe only 260 gems. Yeah, I think 260 gems is a good number because there are still a couple of levels left. So I'm not gonna go ham on gem collecting per se. Important thing is to try to get through the level as fast as possible. But that is okay. We're actually going off to a good start. Hopefully, hopefully, this results us in us really. Okay, that's no problem. Some of the enemies in here can be a little bit trolly when it comes to the enemies. When it comes to attacking you while you aren't able to inflict any damage on them. Okay, we are very good on gems. Very good. Okay, this should be getting the nice little thing where it's saying all dragons found. Beautiful. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Did not mean to do that. I meant to exit the level. That is fine. Actually, that's actually pretty fine because that means we're just back at full health, and I'm still getting back a little bit of time. So, 55:19. Okay, solid gem. Okay, that's a good gem count. So now, really, the objective at this point is just simply like don't not worry so much about the gems because we are doing pretty well. We're doing solidly, actually. I would say not exceptionally well, but it's good enough. That's all I'll say. It is just good enough. Well, I'll just do while I wait for these fairies. I believe I can do a charge jump just to be and get to that section and get to this section. I think it's a kind of like a coin flip whether or not you can actually make it on 50 FPS. I believe it's way more likely to do this on lower FPS, like as I mentioned, like 30, 36. That's a frame rate that we'd be using closer for Spyro 2 and Spyro 3. That's because it gives us, like I mentioned, that jump boost and allows us to kind of take advantage of like some wall glides and everything. But yeah, one thing I hadn't really touch upon, but I did kind of allude to a little bit ago. Now, supercharging, it operates very differently in this game. In the original, you kind of went into top speed a little bit quicker than how it's done in this in the Reignited version. However, in here, I believe it's I don't want to say like it's a momentum based supercharge thing now where you have to do a lot more to reach top speed. Do I have everything? Yep. But it does take a little bit of extra effort, to be able to get to the top speed that you would like. 5622. Okay, that's good enough. Okay, that is a good enough gem count. We're gonna try. The objective here is to try to get to. Okay, I need to get 193 gems before fighting Jock, the boss of this level. Because there are going to be, actually no, 188. I forgot. There's 15 gems. Okay, come on. Ooh, barely made it. Okay, that was a little scuffed, but it's fine. It's fine. I probably am collecting maybe too many gems, more gems than I need, but just kind of more to be on the safe side of things. Okay. That was actually no. I actually got almost exactly what I needed. 3 gems I collected. If my count is correct, I collected 3 gems more than I should have, which is honestly fine with me. It is 1000% okay with me. But that is that's part of the magic, in my opinion, a little bit when it comes to figuring out Spyro routing and in Spyro. It's the fact that you have to try and figure out, okay, what is my optimal gem count? We need to be at 6,000. However, there's going to be 15 right now, which will get us to that magic number.
Are you ready to go?
And our dragon count is actually perfect. So we did not miss a single dragon in this entire run, which is perfect. Norcove is so we are basically on the anti-penultimate level. So there's 3 levels left, including this one. Also including the final boss, Nasty Nork. There's 5 dragons left. There's 2 in here, 2 in the next level, Twilight Harbor, and then after you beat Nasty Nork, there is the 80th dragon. We're gonna be something a little funky. Oh, okay, that was close. That's fine. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. You did not see that. Ah, okay. It's a little bit of a tricky. Really? Okay. Sliding off. We're sliding off. That's cool. Ah, okay. This is a little bit annoying. We're trying to kind of land a little. There we go. Little scuff, but we got there. We got there. I'm gonna see these pop out because we're doing this kind of level in reverse. We are not meant to be taking this level the way we are doing right now, but it's all for the sake of the run. All for the sake of. And we have, in order to get to the next level, we have to be doing getting to this point. Now, I don't want to sound off any alarm. Well, not okay. Let me rephrase that because it's about to say I'm about to make it sound like actually like a bad thing. I don't want to like get ahead of myself. However, we are actually on PB pace right now for the Spyro 1 version, for the Spyro 1 category here. We are actually on PB pace. Okay, that was weird. That's fine. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Okay, and bingo. Okay, we really only lost a second, like a second or two, which is not the end of the world. All right, we got 79 dragons, but before we can get to Dragon 80, gotta beat Nasty. Gotta beat Nasty Nork. So I would say it is time to lock in, because this has potential to be the fourth ever I want to say history in the making, but this goes this goes as well as I'm hoping it could go. We'll see. We'll just see. Okay, good first. Okay, that was good. Oh, I did my flame input. Okay. Great moment for the game to not register a flame input, but that's fine. That is fine. That did not kill PB, but everything has to go perfect now. All right. All right. I'm going to be mashing. Sorry for anyone that wants to see cutscenes and the credits. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the issue. Okay. We're going to be trying to go for a dragon skip. Normally, this is an unskippable cutscene, but... Come on. There we go. Boom! That's GG's on game 1. And now we move on to game 2. Wow, okay, beautiful. That was a load remove time, 44:56. Fourth person ever to actually achieve a sub 45 in this category. So, really happy. I was just really excited with oh, before I forget, because I was gonna make that mistake. Oh no, here we go. I did warn you all. Frame rate is not gonna be as crisp as you would think, but you'll get used to it. This is only because it is just to be able to do certain things in this run. So trust me, you will get used to 36 FPS very shortly. But yes, fourth person ever to achieve a sub 45 in the Spyro 1 80 Dragons category. And oh wait, oh boy. Go. I was basically, my objective, hopefully, is one, obviously give a good show. But secondly, ooh, okay. How did I miss that one? Secondly is to hopefully get a PB. Doesn't have to be an overall trifecta PB, but I'd be pretty happy if I were to have gotten a PB in at least one of the categories. And I'm pretty happy with that 45. Pretty happy with that 45. 44. Okay. All right. That was Spyro 1. This is Spyro 2. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Really Longathon, and more specifically, the event, Really Civil Rights. My name is Torunai. We just finished Spyro 1. Now we're going for Spyro 2, and this is the 64 Orbs category. Okay, done in one breath. Cool. Okay. The Spyro 2 is introduces a lot of different things, that is a bit of a departure in Spyro from Spyro 1, and kind of start to introduce the framework of future games in the series. One of the main things is minigames and basically interacting with the world in ways that you never really did in the original, in the first Spyro game, where you see these NPCs, they give you little minigames, a little tasks to do. to give you whatever that game's like main collectible that isn't gems. In this case, it is orbs. So there's another type of collectible, which is kind of like your proof that you've beaten the level, called a talisman. We are going to collect all the talismans for purposes of just trying to get through the rest of the game. However, the main thing we want to collect is we really focus on are orbs, which there's 64 of them. We access them. Where's the? Okay, where's? Oh my god. Okay, that was interesting. That NPC had to should have been there a long time ago. That is fine. That's fine. Spyro 2 and Spyro 3, the Reignited version, you'll start to kind of understand as we go throughout the run. This did not get the level of polish that Spyro 1 Reignited had, which is unfortunate. It's unfortunate because this game, you know, all of these games are absolutely wonderful. They are so good. However, when this game came out, when this game was being developed, obviously you have to they were building these games from the ground up with doing this in Unreal Engine, and Spyro 1 got most of the dev time allotted for the Reignited trilogy, which meant Spyro 2 and 3 didn't get as much time in the oven as people would have liked, which introduces some really interesting speed tech for us at the very least. One of the main things that kind of gets introduced in this is Spyro 2 in general introduces stuff such as brand new abilities, such as swimming, doing a little diving hit bash, and stuff like hovering. And hovering is vitally important throughout this run in Spyro 2 and Spyro 3, because we do a funky little speed tech called perfect hovers. Which allows us to get us to certain areas in the game that we are not meant to, or at a much faster pace than we should. And we're actually going to see that in just a second in Colossus. So, anyone that's curious about, okay, what's the plot of Spyro 2? Spyro 1, we have to beat the main antagonist only because someone else called him ugly on live TV. What's my motivation to actually play as Spyro? So, main enemy Ripto is kind of wreaking havoc all over Avalar, and we are trying our best to get rid of Ripto, because we were forcefully transported to Avalar, which is awesome. Okay. Really perfect. The perfect hovers is just not perfect hovering for me today. Oh my goodness, what is going on here? I swear this does not give me nowhere near the amount of trouble as it should. Movement can be a little bit wonky here in Spyro 2, especially when you're going from Spyro 1 to Spyro 2. But this is the OG or Reignited version, so it's gonna take me a quick second to get fully acclimated to the movement and to the speed of things in Spyro 2. And here's another neat little thing that was introduced in Spyro 2, and kind of only actually done in Spyro 2. So if you kind of recall, this game has all these games have enemies, and in Spyro 1, the enemies give off give gems when you beat them. However, in this game, they actually changed that. They no longer give gems. You get their souls. I'm not even kidding. And what those souls do is they power up whatever like special power up ability you get for that specific level. So in this level in Colossus, we get like a really cool like jump to get to the next platform, which is vitally important to be able to do some of the things we've been doing. But in order to do that, we have to kill a certain amount of enemies. Every requirement changes throughout the level, throughout the game. Like every level has a different requirement to beat to activate whatever thing needs to be activated. But we're not going to need every single bit, but we're going to need a lot of them. Some levels are actually really funny with how many enemies you actually need to beat. One in particular that always stands out to me is much later on, like it's called magma cones. You only need to beat 2 enemies throughout the entirety of the level to access the super fly power up that they give that you're able to try and access here. You're kind of noticing, like, even the gameplay in Spyro 2 just looks and feels a lot differently, especially with some of the stuff you need to do. Like, for example, we've been playing hockey the entire last like 2 minutes or so, which is not what you would have thought to do, given that we just saw Spyro 1, and it's just a basic. Calling it basic is makes it sound bad, but it is pretty much just a simple platformer. Here it's a platformer and a bunch of other different like subgenres with some of the minigames. And we are here on the sports section. Shout out to all the hockey fans watching. We're nearing the end here of a bit of a unfortunate time loss from having that really bizarre like perfect cover. I never had struggled that much with that specific perfect cover. But either way, we keep on schmoving. We are still very much ahead like on the load remove time of things. We are still very much ahead in terms of being able to PB. Hopefully, it'd be really cool if we get a trifecta PB. But obviously, we're not here for PBs. We're here to raise money for the ACLU, which I am so happy to be able to see that initial goal of $1,000 being met. Oh, Hunter, please. Yeah, some of the placement of where you need to stand to actually be able to talk to certain NPCs, it's a little bit bizarre. That's all I'll say. One thing about and here's another thing, you still gotta notice that bear. Moneybags. Moneybags is, you could say he is a secondary antagonist to this game, in the sense that he basically serves as a progression gate to be and also he is the only way to get certain abilities in this game, such as the ability to swim. You have to pay for those swimming lessons. But let's see. All right, let's count how many red fishes are we going to get. That's 2 red fish. That's 3 red fish. Oh, this is actually horrid RNG. This RNG is actually horrible. Okay, things back. We're back to normal. You can actually go an entire thing of this without seeing 1 red fish. Seeing 3 in a row is extremely unfortunate, but okay, that's fine. This fish RNG, not amazing at the start, but we kind of got it. We got it for the end. That's fine. By the way, shoutouts to the music in this game, in the entire trilogy per se, but collectively, in my humble opinion, Spyro 2 has the best soundtrack in the game. In my, I'm curious, what does everybody in chat think about the music? Which game's soundtrack is your favorite? I would love to know. Also, what's your favorite game's soundtrack in the trilogy, and what is your favorite track individually? Just like that, we are officially 1/8 of the way done with 64 orbs. Nice. Oh wait, nope. Did this wrong? Yeah, did it wrong. Meant to do this first, this first, this first, and this first, and this first. I meant to do all 5 of those first. Zoe, please? No? Zoe, that little fairy, that is actually, that is a fairy that becomes like a recurring character throughout the franchise. And she becomes your new, like, autosave throughout the series. Alright. I always love this level in Reignited, particularly only because I love seeing the reaction of people who don't, Spyro runners who don't run the Reignited trilogy, but do run, the original second game. Okay, there was a lot of stuff you just don't do in the original, especially in a 64 orb capacity, particularly with the final orb that we get in this level. And this is another instance where we are essentially doing the level in reverse. That first orb that we got is typically the last orb that we get. And actually, more often than not, we get the talisman. Oh, come on. Little camera trickery here. Come on. There we go. We kind of noticed for a quick second that little like NPC saying thank you. Eagle-eared viewers may realize, oh wait a minute, that voice sounds familiar. And if you're thinking that, you're correct. For anyone who doesn't know, that was Tom Kenny, who is the voice actor for SpongeBob, and actually Spyro's voice actor for Spyro 2 and Spyro 3. There we go. Oh, beautiful. Doing this first try would actually be really good, because I don't... Yep. There we go. Oh, where's the... Where is he? Oh my god. Where did he go? Oh my god, he's going so fast. Oh, okay. I meant to try to take him out. Now, but that is fine. Okay, minor time loss from doing that. I was hoping that I could get those orbs in their pedestals before he would get to him, but that's fine. I think that actually might still be like a gold split for me. If not close, very close to a gold split, because that section was really good, aside from that one little like mishap. Yep, that is a gold split. Nice. See what I'm telling you. Okay, first two level that glimmer and hurricanes. Needed to get my bearings straight from going from transition from Spyro 1 and Spyro 2. We're kind of, but now we are doing very well. Well, this will be the first of several instances throughout the game where we are going to be going to a level once, like one time, but not doing everything possible. In this level, there is a way to get everything in one go, but it requires a jump that it is exceptionally difficult. Let's see. Oh, okay, that was close. That was really close. Fine. Game, I disagree. I don't think I deserve it, but that is your opinion, and I respectfully disagree. Oh, come on. Come on, and... Well, I am noticing I definitely dropped some gems there. There were some gems I could have gotten. But that's fine. That's fine. I need 500, 400 to access Aquaria Towers, and another 100 to pay money bags to access certain levels. To access like the submarine. Okay. All right, here comes maybe arguably my least favorite speedway in this flash flight level in this game in particular. Ocean Speedway. Ooh, that was close. I nearly missed that ring, which would not have been fun. Now, there is definitely a faster way to be taking this, but I want to do things on the safer end. So we are kind of going... I can't even say if this is even the dev intended route. for Ocean, but at the very least, it gets us to our destination. And here comes a new thing introduced in the speedway, in the flight slash speedway levels in the series, is the fact that there is actually more to do in these types of levels outside of doing the IL obstacle course, and that is there is an NPC, whether it's Hunter, the character we are following, or just a different NPC. If we find them hidden in the level, they give us a special little challenge, which in this game, if we are able to complete it, we get an extra orb. So we have to go for every single one of them. And here's the thing: we actually have to complete the obstacle course. At least in Spyro 2, we have to complete the obstacle course time trial before we even have the right to try and get that. Okay, want to make sure I did not miss a ring right there. So we have to complete the time trials regardless. And just like that, we are done with Ocean Speedway. Okay, that could have been a lot worse. That could have actually backfired tremendously here, but I'm happy about how this Ocean Speedway was gone. By the way, here's a neat little fun fact: you can soft lock. Oh, actually, no, you can hard lock yourself if you try to quit the game after you get that orb, before you get to restart the time trial. I've learned that lesson the hard way many times. So yeah, kids, don't press the start button at Ocean Speedway too fast. Because Aquaria Towers, which honestly kind of is a bit of like my linchpin. It's basically my big trouble level in the early game of Spyro 2. But after doing some practice yesterday, I'm hopeful that I don't have my usual struggles with this level. All right, so far, so good. Yeah, the reason why we have to pay money bags is because it allows us access to this little submarine so that the sharks do not eat us. However, there is actually, it requires an exceptionally difficult wall glide to be able to, one of those instances where we can do the level in reverse. But doing this, it is arguably one of the harder attempts, one of the harder levels in the entire trilogy to be trying to do it this method. So much safer to be able to do this in the quote-unquote dev intended manner. Okay, want to be actually talking to you first before I forget. We're not gonna tackle those this mini game yet. We're gonna be going through this one first. I have to find that it's incredibly selfish of Hunter to be hoarding all these orbs when we're trying to collect them to save the world behind mini games. And I also find that exceptionally distressing that he's out here training manta rays for no particular reason other than to be a goof. Yeah, other than to be a goof. I will say, Hunter is actually a really good animal trainer, weirdly enough, because this is not the first time Hunter gives us a challenge involving riding a sea creature. Now comes rescuing the little seahorse. Which there are 6 of them, and all of these. There we go. The reason why I always struggle in this level is mainly because of. Oh, it's over here. I need to go. The layout of this level can be confusing, at least to me. So this has always been something that I've always lost like plenty of time. But at least but with the practice I was doing, I think that we're actually gonna be fine. That's fine. We're gonna take a nice little damage boost here. There is going to be. I'm hoping I can get some fodder here, and not be at really low health. That's fine. My blue health, that's a blue sparks, which is not the end of the world. Although, I do wish gotten that. Fine, okay. Come on, there we go. All right, good cycle, good Tower 5 cycle. That's usually not something that I can, somewhat effortlessly. Oh, come on, sheep. There we go. Got the fodder in the end. Ah, really? Okay. Alright, that was annoying, but that's fine. Alright, that should be all the orbs. It's only 3 in this level. Yep. All right, and on to our first boss, Crush. This also introduces another new thing in Spyro 2. It's the fact that we actually have proper bosses as opposed to just like one slightly more imposing boss in the quote-unquote boss levels in the run. And they even have like health bars and everything. Isn't that amazing? I wish I could say a lot of great things about this boss fight. It's kind of a joke. There's basically these two little two types of attacks. Main attacks he does. And it depends on what color of the pedestal he is on. It's either blue or it's going to be orange. It's orange, and now it's going to be a fireball. We actually want to get hit by the fireball because that interrupts his attacking cycle early, meaning it allows us to be able to do damage on. Actually, we actually don't do any damage at all on Crush. He hurts himself. I need spotter. And oh boy, okay, 3 straight. That's fine. Real okay. Okay. Oh, unfortunate. Okay. That's fine. Really unfortunate. Okay. You know what? That's on me for kind of saying he's a joke. You know what? I curse myself on that one. I can't blame the game at all. I cannot blame the game on that one. This is also why I didn't want to be at less than perfect health for this fight. Really, I thought I was... Alright, this is still basically back at the same spot that we were last time. There we go. Where's the sheep? Please? Sheep, please? I'm running really far away. Okay, now we're good. Now we are good. Okay. The next two are just going to be blue. So they don't... The blue ones don't actually hurt us. They just push us back. Stay with me, everybody. Time save for the next one. Oh, no, he is that. Oh, wow. It actually went to a orange one. Interesting. All right. That was a great way to lose a minute. That's fine. That's fine. We are still ahead on my splits. We are still comfortably ahead in terms of the trifecta, and also ahead on the... Actually, no, I don't know if I'm either ahead or just right around even with my Spyro Reignited 2. That's fine. What you are meant to do, actually, you're actually supposed to free these little guys, but I'm not gonna do that because... Okay. This is what happens when I don't be a hero? There we go. Usually get that relatively easy, but that's fine. Yeah, because those NPCs, what they do is they help you out with getting to that little platform. But instead, we just did that whole thing where we just go for good little perfect hover and torch jump. Okay. Oh. Hopefully. Okay, perfect. Okay. This is a weird minigame because some of those enemies respawn way too fast, or sometimes like they actually don't register the hits as they are intended to, which is a little bit bizarre. But so one thing that I sometimes like to do now in runs is just essentially ooh, nice. This little gem collecting. I honestly should have gotten a hit, but because I hit it at the same time as the cutscene was about to play, Spyro does not take any damage, but he still collects the gem, so that is great. All right, everybody. Everyone say hi to to Spyro 2's arguably maybe the most beloved character in this entire trilogy. Say hi to George. George is just a lovable cutie. He's never done anything wrong, and I genuinely mean that. All he wants is some fish. Like, look at him. Look at this little guy. It's so adorable. We're kind of almost approaching 8 a.m. on the East Coast, so Good morning to everyone who is just starting to tune in. We are fast forwarding through this Spyro Reignited Trilogy, 293 collectibles, no major skips, trifecta run. Done multiple times, 5 times fast. We're done with Spyro 1. Oh, come on. Okay, there we go. I forgot, I don't even need to go on top of that skull a second time. Just go all the way and just transport him, and should be good to go. I believe this is time save over my PB, which is also a world record. Actually, officially it is world record. Unofficially, it is not, because we did have a runner beat that time, but I don't believe it is on the leaderboards yet. So officially, I still am. LGBTQ plus rules. I could not agree anymore. Well said. Shouts to everyone in the LGBTQIA plus community. Which Spyro is which represents the Spyro speedrunning community very, very well, and I'm super happy about that. Trying to see which of these hatch, and this vantage point is a great one to kind of figure out which ones are going to hatch. That's 7, and there we go. All right, good first dino. Funny story about this. When I was a little kid, I never owned this game as a kid. I would rent it all the time in Blockbuster, and this was maybe the minigame I would always get stuck on the most, because I always just did not have I just didn't have the patience nor the, I guess, peripheral vision to really take a look, examine things. But now with speedrunning, I get to do something 6-year-old me wished he could have done. Get both of those orbs in one go. How many gems are we at? 390. A little bit low on the gem count, but because we need 500 oh, we are going to be fine. $421. Worst case scenario, if we're not at 500, which there's no reason why we shouldn't be at 500 by the end of this level, but if we're not, we should be very close, and yeah, we should be extremely close to 500. So, and we'll just be able to grab those extra gems elsewhere. How much? Yeah, 15 here. Not bad. Oh, fine. Anyway, we still need to collect the talismans. We're just going to do that right now while we are still getting our maybe arguably the most memorable orb in the entire game, which I cannot wait to see. For anyone, I can't wait for the people who have never seen this. Ooh, close. No, okay, that was way too close to way too close to the fire. Get it? Just oh, okay. Oh yeah, we're at 500. That's all right. Here it goes. The bone dance for your viewing pleasure. And you're gonna see almost the entirety of it because I actually can't skip it. Look at little man. He's flossing. He was flossing right there. Obviously, the floss was not the dance he did in the original PS1 game. I think it was more of like a disco move type of deal. 555. Okay, gem count's fine. This is fine gem count. All right. The reason why we have to get to 500 is so that Moneybags could teach us how to climb. Capitalism at its worst. $500 just to learn how to climb. And we still need a lot more gems. We're gonna need, maybe like we're gonna need like still like over 2,000 gems if I'm doing my quick math right. But thankfully, we are going to have to do every single speedway level throughout the game. Oh, really? Okay. So, and every speedway level, well, in Spyro 1, the flight levels only give you 300 gems, but in Spyro 2 and 3, speedways give you 400 gems, which adds up tremendously, especially in a category where we want to try and not waste time in terms of... Oh, really? Come on. Waste in terms of wasting time for collecting gems. And we want to get to the thing as fast as possible. Oh, thought that was an enemy. That's fine. Oh yeah, before I forget, I want to put a pin on that skeleton that was doing the funny little dance. You might wanna keep that for later. Keep that in mind for later. Don't worry, you know. I hope you all are taking notes because this is going to be on the quiz. Now, oh boy, here comes like arguably one of the least liked minigames in the entire trilogy. On Bombo. Wow, I thought for a second I actually got hit. I don't even know how I would have gotten hit, but this game can be very annoying. That hit? Okay. That got hit. Have to be hyper careful with making sure that you don't get hit. There we go. All right. Now comes like an interesting one for the third flag. So we're gonna go back to the very start of the level. First of all, I'm going to collect all these gems. Fine. We still need some. Okay. Got a lot of free gems here that I do not want to miss. And we are just going to take a slight detour from this orb. Midway, we're going to be doing another orb challenge in the middle of an orb challenge. And we are going to help Hunter grab some monkeys. Yeah, the Hunter mini games plot-wise, they really don't make any sense. Although I think in this one, it's like they hired someone hired Hunter to collect the monkeys. They were causing trouble. I mean, they're not really even causing trouble. They're just there. They're hanging around like, well, this squad of 6 monkeys. They're just chilling. Like, why all the aggression, man? Why you gotta collect them? I have to be like way. Really? Okay, he was not done. There we go. Huh? That was weird. But anyway, you want to be as far away from Hunter as possible because the monkeys will occasionally throw coconuts. Let's call them that. They will throw coconuts, and the issue is if you sometimes they could hit Hunter, and if they hit Hunter, then you have to restart the challenge from the very beginning. What? Okay, that's... Excuse me? Excuse me? What? He did not... Did getting that fireworks chest actually restart the mini? That's... Huh. Interesting. Okay. I've never seen that before. Interesting. Okay, we're just trying to minimize the time loss here because on my PB, I did do the entirety of the challenge first try. That is... Okay, it's actually not a bad time. Less than like 15 seconds. I can deal with it. I can deal with that. All right. Excuse me. All right. I've mentioned a little bit of the about the soundtrack in this game, and there were people that were also mentioning like what they which of their sound which of the 3 games' soundtrack is their favorite. But in my own personal opinion, this next level, it's no contest. It's the best level theme in the entire. I would say arguably. I would argue it is the best level theme in the franchise. Unfortunately, it's not the bagpipes. It's everything that is playing when it's not the bagpipes. I highly recommend you search the Fracture Hills music, obviously without the bagpipes and everything, because it is just absolutely peak in my opinion. But don't worry, we will be coming back to Fracture Hills at almost the end of this category's run. This is another instance where we're just not able to do everything on the first go around. So this is really only to grab a couple of orbs. Ooh, I missed. I need to grab that enemy. Oh, I also missed Satyr. I know which one I missed. Wow, that's odd. I usually... Oh, no, I don't... What? Which Satyr did I miss? Oh my god, I missed the second one. Oh, that's not great. This is a massive time loss. How do I forget that one? All right, that's fine. I guess since we're already here, might as well collect the talisman. Normally, we collect the talisman last when we're in this level on the first go around, but since we're already here closer, might as well. We need to kill 15 enemies. That's 15. Oh, there we go. Now we're at 15. Ah, what? Oh my god, that jump jumped way too high. Okay, I can't. Okay, you may be wondering. Okay, why can't I just like turn back? I can't. Oh boy. Ah, okay, that's really unfortunate. That's super duper unfortunate. Okay, there we go. Not a fan of the 40-second time loss from that. That's fine. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. It just means that we're able to see more, listen more to Fracture Hills' music, which honestly, how can you be mad at that? It is worth missing a Seder and needing a third try supercharge. It's yeah, no, that was totally intentional because it's like I said, music is absolutely a banger. Okay. Gotta pay attention to my gem count. Gem count's now a little bit low. All right, this is what I was alluding to. Okay, we have now unlocked the super flight ability. Just from those two enemies, we have already unlocked things. All right. I have a question for everyone. Anybody a fan of popcorn? We're gonna see a lot of them. Wait, where is? Oh my god, where did it go? Okay, there we go. Not really popcorn, but we like to joke around. But in the community, we call these orbs popcorn. Yeah, they are kind of shaped a little bit like popcorn if they were, you know, green and rock-like in terms of their consistency. Wait, what? Really? Okay, that's. I don't know how I did not collect that. But that's fine. Now comes popcorn 2, which is just literally just got to 15 instead of 10. And just a tiny bit harder, but not in... Ah, I thought I could get to it. I'm not going to get to it in time. Oh. I have to constantly be turning around to make sure I know what I'm... Oh. Oh, wow, he was quick on the draw on that one. You know what? I'll give you that one. Oh, wow, my god. You know what? Hunter's locked in. I'm gonna be honest. Oh my god. Okay. Hitbox was not being kind to me. That's fine. Never really in danger of losing this, but do want to do this as fast as possible. Okay, 550 gems. That's okay. Okay, gem count's kind of now like back under control, I would say. There we go. Try to avoid getting hit by those lava rocks. There we go. All right, here comes party hats. Basically, this is why we need the super flame, the super fly power up to be able to traverse through this little volcano section. And just take care of these guys. There's 12 of them scattered. I don't know if this will be enough, actually. Might have to come back a third time for it. Oh, okay. That's fine. I don't mind taking the damage here. Plus, there's fodder here, so not the... Really? Okay. That's... Okay. I guess Spyro just chooses not to. Interesting. And... Bingo, what's his name, Mo? Right. All right. We're kind of just now, I just only realized we're now at officially at the 2-hour mark of this run. And gentle reminder to make sure everyone to everyone that is viewing this run, first of all, super duper appreciate it. But also just kind of make sure that you're stretching your legs, making sure that you got your refreshments, make sure you're taking care of yourself, because that's important. We want to make sure that everybody is enjoying this marathon for a great cause, raising money for the ACLU, as comfortable as possible. All right, back to the runs. Okay, so this run is actually, this level is actually the end point of the Spyro 2 portion of the 293 collectibles trifecta. However, this is stay with me. This is the level where we are going to be coming back at a later point, because we cannot do everything in this level. Okay. There we go. Try to... Where'd the little shorty go? Where is little short? Oh my god. Pathing in this level is really, really bad. You have to essentially be holding little shorty's hand the entirety of the way. Which is a departure from Spyro 2, because you could definitely be way farther away from him and he'll still be moving. But here, you have to be, like, real close. Yeah, but also for anyone who is didn't mention want to have a nice little stretch break or a bathroom break, or making sure you're all taking care of yourself. I mean, to be fair, there is also people who are watching this where it is still way too early in the morning, and you're probably just enjoying this in bed, which I hope you're all enjoying this from bed. Oh wait, here, 1, now... Ooh, okay. Nice. And last but not least, this final thief, which this is why we were kind of going again. Ah, close. Really? Ooh, that was real close, but that's fine. We got it. Oops. Meant to be hitting A, not Y. Let's see, what is our gem count looking like? 193 is pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. The amount of practice I've done in this with this level last night, oh my god. I'm hoping that I can... Oh, never mind. I almost already forgot what I intended to do. Hopefully, this is still a big time save over what I have done in my prior in my prior attempt at this category, or on the official / unofficial world record run from a couple of months ago. Curious, what's the final time of that one? Okay, that's about like a little under 3 seconds before. Little under 3 seconds behind my PB that I got in this level. And I appreciate everybody who is tuning in, including one Dylan J. Fox, who is very much beloved member of the Spyro speedrunning community. So I appreciate the big dog coming in here. Coming in. Ooh, I thought for a sec. My heart skipped a beat for a second. I thought that I missed that ring. If you miss one ring, you have to redo the entire thing again. And I am not in the mood to lose any more time at this point of the run. All right. We're at 500 gems. I need 400 for Zephyr, which is a level that's coming up. Not immediately, but it is the level that we're going to be doing later. I have enough gems here, but that's not the issue. I'm going to need... Eventually, I'm going to need as much as 1,000 gems to unlock the final ability, which is the ability to do Head Bash, which is 1,000% vital. It is mandatory. Otherwise, I cannot complete this category, because there are a couple of orbs that are... Actually, no, there's a fair number of orbs that are locked behind the ability to do a Head Bash. Okay. Being able to have the ability to access Zephyr now we're going to a second straight flight level. Or speedway level. Metro. Oh boy. Little skip at the end, but that was otherwise a pretty solid metro. That's another 400 in the bag. Gem count is looking pretty good. Okay, so now we're back here to access the Orb Challenge, and it is right behind this waterfall. This little Mad Hatter ripoff right there. But it's funny because, like, in the Reignited, in Reignited, his design is definitely a lot more like Mad Hatter like from Alice in Wonderland. But in the original game, his design was just like a guy with a well-dressed guy with like a really, really good bushy mustache. That's when he's looking a little bit more, like I said, more Mad Hatter like. And easy peasy lemon squeezy. That is another orb in the bag. What? Oh my god, it ate my input and ate my... I hit down and the game just said, no, you didn't. Oh, gotta love when Reignited does this. All right. Here comes the level of all time. I'm not even kidding when I say what we're about to witness later on in this level is maybe the worst minigame in the franchise. I'm not even kidding. Zephyr is the bane of almost every single runner's existence of this game. Oh, hold on. Whoa. Oh, game. What is going on? The game held down my charge input. That's been happening to me a lot more lately, so I don't know if it is time to start thinking about retiring this controller. I've been using this controller for quite some time. So if this is really gonna be it, now you know what? Oh, there we go. Parting may be sweet sorrow, but boy, what a time to what a time to retire this controller if I end up needing to retire. Okay. Yeah, that's why I wanted to get rid of those birds, because they are going to cause problems for what's about to come up, about to happen. I just need to be a lot more aware. Where is it? There it is. Okay, here comes the worst two orbs in the game, and arguably the worst minigame in the... Okay, why did Spyro just decided to that? Nice. Cowlex. The way Cowlex work is that you have these... Hello? There we go. Okay. You have these Cowlex, and you have to get them into their, like, a little playpen. I'm not gonna risk it. That at that level, that introduces like a potential to soft, like, nope. All right, figure I could get away with not super flaming them, but I have to time aim this really well. Okay, good enough, I guess. Problem here is that their pathing is very bizarre. They can get stuck in places that you're not intending to, and it is very annoying. I'm not gonna super flame though. I'm gonna wait until this expires, because actually no, I could always charge them. That is another thing I could do. There's 7 total, and they cause so much problem because the way they move makes no sense. The way they are programmed is extremely inconsistent. They are, not even kidding, the most infuriating orbs in the game. And I am including one trolley-shaped elephant in the room, which we will get to that one. Actually, we're gonna get to that one I'm referring to after this level, I think. Okay, I'm just hopeful. Okay, thank goodness. Okay. Okay, I have to aim this well. Okay, you're good. Like that, we have orb number 1 here. And really, okay. Interesting, that's I never failed that jump from that distance. It is a very difficult, it's actually not that difficult, but it is not an easy jump to do. All right. That's 2 of the 4 orbs down. Now comes the rest of Cowlex. And we are just getting rid of these guys right from the get-go, but they don't cause problems. Okay, here are Cowlex 4 and 5. Oh boy. I did not even know I could charge them from that high up. Oh my god, I nearly put them in an area where I don't even know if I can quickly recover. Okay, I'm first going to, I'm going to push you a little bit further into that. That way it doesn't cause run interference on this next one. Okay. Okay, come on. You were starting to behave really well, Cowlick number 5. There we go. Yeah, see what I mean? It doesn't make any sense the way they are like flying and stuff. Thank you. Okay, finally. I'm not even kidding when I say this is like almost the Dark Souls of Spyro, the Spyro Trilogy minigame. No, okay. Tell me this one I can. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Wait, how did these two get all the way? Okay. Okay. Not gonna go down. Okay. I'll like number 7, please? Please? I'm asking nicely, please? I'm asking very nicely. Get into your pin. Pen. That pin. 4. That's 5. And to see, Cowlix number 6 and 7 are there. I don't know why you need me to be the one to collect them, but fine. Can you tell I don't like this orb? This is, like, in my opinion, the worst minigame in all of SRT. There we go. All things considered, that was pretty good. Now, not pretty good. That was not run killing, which ironically, not run killing is pretty good. We're gonna make this long trek. Gonna enjoy the peaceful music while we get another orb. Ooh, come on. Let's see if we can get to that one. And really, okay. I have to try and get all 8 of them. Oh, wait, nope, I forgot. There's a 4th one here that's hidden. That's hidden from this view. Really? That didn't hit? There we go. Ah, beautiful. All right. Now, this is the aforementioned trolley orb that we're about to do. Now, you may wonder to yourself, wait a minute, why aren't you collecting them? Well, in Reignited, we actually can't. Not from this state. We have to do it from the trolley proper. In the original, we actually could, which actually negated the need of ever needing to actually play the trolley minigame. But unfortunately, SRT kind of saw that and like, nope, you're gonna do trolley minigame as intended, and you're gonna like it. But that doesn't mean we can't sequence spring and get to the trolley early. Ooh, that was close. Ah, beautiful. I wanted that one to be a TNT, because if it's a box, I have to jump over it, and there is a chance I actually was gonna jump over one gear, which means I have to do the cycle, like another lap all over for that, just to recover that one. All right, there we go. Hot take. A lot of people complain about this orb being the worst orb in the game. It's really not. I think people are exaggerating a little bit, and also probably letting childhood, their childhood kind of blind them to the truth. That is, this orb is actually not that bad. It's not fun. It's not fun, especially if you fail it. Oh no, what? Oh my god, it just did not want to. I just did not want to do this. Okay, that's fine. At least I'm at full health. That's what I'll tell myself, I'm at full health. Which actually, honestly, it's actually good. It's good that I'm actually at full health. This is not the method I would have preferred to get to full health, but that's where we are. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm like pretty over gem. No, I'm maybe a little bit over gem, but not terribly so. Really? Interesting. Okay, come on. How is he dodging all of these? Oh my god. Thank you. Wait. Now. Alright, here comes Gulp. The worst boss in the entire trilogy. I'm not even joking. Gulp in the original is not fun. In Reignited, it's actually worse. First of all, got an absurd amount of health. Like, more health than literally every boss. No, actually, no. Health-wise, he has as much health as the final boss in Spyro 3. Think about that for a second. As much as the final boss in Spyro 3. And technically, Ripto has more health. But it is not fair because he does have he does have 3 faces, which is not fair. Really? Oh, okay. I did not think the blast was gonna hit me like that. I have to be extremely careful now. I'm hopeful that I can still keep the... So basically the way it works is that these birds are gonna drop off ammunition. Or fodder if you are like me, have skill issue and get hit, not realizing the blast radius. Okay, okay, I'm at full health. We don't need any more. That's actually now... Because I got 3 hits in, it basically... What was supposed to happen is hit 1 is introduces bomb, a barrel. Hit 2 is introduces barrels. Hit 3 is supposed to introduce rocket. And then after that is random. We want to try and get a rocket because it is the best way to stack damage and hurt him like as fast as possible. I'm gonna try to... So I'm not going to throw anything because I want to wait and see what the other eggs provide. Okay, that one... I don't even understand how that one did not. Ooh, beautiful. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. We keep that in our mouth and just kind of have it like almost like on reserve to ensure that like if we need to fire it or if we can get away with basically stacking and keeping a rocket on our mouths for reserves. And just wait until these... Okay, that's a bomb and that is... Okay, double bomb right there. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's... really unfortunate because now we're gonna lose time from 2, at least 1, likely 2 laps of the birds giving us fodder, which I appreciate the fodder, don't get me wrong. Oh, actually, wait, no, inches. Ooh, wait, can I still look at this? You know what? It was worth a shot. It was worth a shot. That's all I'll say. Okay, now we need fodder. Now we need the fodder for sure. Oh, no, this is like the worst case scenario. No! Okay. Yeah. Yep, this is what I meant. This is the worst boss in the game. Not even close. Unfortunate that it happened. Very unfortunate, but hey, what can you do? Yeah, no, this game does not operate properly sometimes, and just does not want to behave. Now comes the bombs. Now, we're just gonna go for the rockets, and I'm hopeful that the 2 birds can drop a rocket from the get-go. That's 1. Now, I'm just waiting for that second egg to drop to confirm that it's gonna be a rocket. We're still in that period where it should be... okay. You know what? Yeah, I'm not sure if I could have tried to get a... Nah, I think Goat would have had too many invincibility frames. That's fine. Oh, okay. You know what? What's on? Ooh, right. And I missed. And he missed. Cool. And aha. Really? It's still going? Okay. That's oof. I got scared for a moment. Oh my goodness, I got scared for a moment. That's fine. But unfortunate that that rocket missed. You have to I hate that you have to be like sometimes dead center. There we go. That's a bomb. But let's see what for number 2. Okay. Okay, so I couldn't get the double hit right there. That is fine. What is this? Wait, where's the... Oh, okay, beautiful. I'm taking a hit right there, but okay. Damn. Hopeful. I was hopeful I could still manage to maneuver my way around to get that rocket, but that's fine. Really? Really? Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, now it doesn't want to give me... Oh, there we go. There's fodder. And now I'm still in the danger zone as far as time loss. Still could bring out fodder, and it's very likely going to bring out fodder. Yeah, on both of those eggs. Okay. Okay. Please let it be a double rock. Actually, I hope one of them better be a barrel at the bare minimum. Optimally, I would love double rockets, but that's asking for a lot. So I'm hopeful I can get like a rocket or a barrel. A rocket and a barrel. Or just give me... Or just give me a bomb and I'm... Just could not get it, that center. Don't move. There we go. I hate how the interruption works in here sometimes. Come on, one more hit, please, please. There we go, finally. Okay, nightmare slain. Oh god. That was dreadful. All right. Now it's time to get through the rest of Spyro 3. I need to be hyper vigilant of my gem count. I need to be at 1,000 by the end of this level. And after that, I still need another 2. Also, green sparks. There's actually not optimal, but we'll deal with that. Oh, really? Okay. I kind of got cornered there. There's nothing I could have done. Get these gems. Okay, we're Okay, we are well on our way to getting 1,000. Oh wait, no. What do we need? Oh, I need it to go up. Momentary lapse in adjustment. Don't. In memory. That's fine. Good. You're good. There's 20, and now we can actually begin the. Oh, really? Okay. Or again, we actually, by the way, at this point of the game, we're in Winter Tundra. We actually don't. There are no more talismans to collect. However, we have orbs to collect. So instead of getting talismans at the end of the level, we just get orbs. So that's now our primary objective, just getting to those orbs. To finish the run and move on to Spyro 2. Spyro 3. Hey, hello? Hello? Oh my god. Oh my goodness, okay. Game. Are you for real? Game, are you for real? You gotta be kidding me. This is unbelievable. Okay. Downtown? Okay. No. What am I doing? This is not even the one. Okay. I forgot. That was on me. That was on me. That's... was thinking way too ahead of myself. It was not this one. It is this one. Great comedy bit. You know, LV, you know, great comedy. Oh my god. Can you tell I'm only operating on a few hours of sleep? Oof. That's not great. There is a fodder nearby, so that's not the... So that's not a concern getting hit. Not ideal, but it's... Now I can actually do this. Oh, that was embarrassing. Let's not worry about that. Don't worry about it. Oh, where did you come from? Okay, even though we are at 1,000, really? Okay, I'm not messing the cycle up, the sequence again. Yep. I just did not want to cooperate. But however, we still need to get another 200 gems past those 1,000 gems. Oh, that's not the right hut. There we go, and that is another orb. We still have one more, which is kind of going up against these 4 kangaroos spread throughout the level that we haven't seen yet, but we will in a second. What the... Oh my god. Okay. Try that again. Now. Just gonna wait till he stops moving. Nice. Got it. There we go. Yeah, if I charge at him or get too close to him, then he starts moving, and it's arguably the second worst chase in the game. Oh, really? Okay. Flames? There we go. Yeah, Flame just did not want to... I thought I was close to him, but that's fine. That is A-okay. Now comes the worst one, which is gonna necessitate there's an extremely difficult early cycle, early hit on it, but I don't. Yeah, it's kind of already not. Oh, okay, that's. Oh, that's actually not bad. That's actually not good. Yeah, the flame would not have been able to reach him, but. Okay, I should hopefully get to him by the top of this. There we go. Okay, not too bad. Not too bad of a recovery. Let's see. Oh, wait, no, we don't have to get the 1,000 right now, actually. But we don't, there's not a ton of gems to grab at this next level, so I'd rather be safe, and just get to 1,000, and then whatever I get is more catering towards the final 200 that we're gonna need. I believe we should be at, we have to kill 20 enemies to access the orb challenge. Oh, whoa. There we go. Yeah, there's gonna be 3 coming up. So that should get us to 21, and at the end of level orb, we need to kill another enemy, so that's 22. Okay. Oh, please. And there we go. And with that, we just got one more, and I want to say we're done with the level, but we're not done with the level. There is one more orb to get, and it's actually one of the, I guess, one of the more funnier ones in the game, where we have to, there's going to be a character right now by the name of Agent Zero, and we have to follow him, and he's pretty beloved, and at least in my opinion. I love him in the original game because of his voice. It's just a big old himbo. In this one, it's just like, I don't know. Not the biggest fan of the redesign and the voice change. Nothing against the voice actor. Voice actor is pretty good, but I just like the I just prefer the OG voice acting with Agent Zero. You have to make sure he does not see us. Careful not to touch him, because even bonking him is enough to kind of restart the whole game and fail. Now that we're at 1,000, we can finally unlock the ability to hit bash. We are pretty much good on gems. Between the next two levels and what's left to of Winter Thunder to be able to access the final money bags check, we are still fine on gems. Hello? Ooh, okay. Chris. Oh. Nice. There we go. So basically main object, let's see if we can get this all in one go. I've only been able to get it the ones. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful one trip. We're actually, believe it or not, we are actually almost done with Spyro 2. It may not look like it from the get, it's the fact that we are, okay. I actually don't know. I want to say that we are, I'm not taking a good look at the orb count, but I would say we're like, we have like 70% of the, really? Okay. Thing, I don't remember if it's 14 or 15 enemies that we have to kill to access the supercharge. We'll go 15 just in case. Green sparks is fine. That's enough. Okay. Here comes Farmer Jim. Actually, John. I don't know who Farmer Jim is. I don't even know if there's a Farmer Jim in this game. But you know what? I'll call him Farmer Jim. Oh my god, I just got a ton of gems right there. We only need one more gem. All right, can we get to one more gem, please? Okay, there we go. We got him. Crisis averted. Run is saved. I also like this one's name, Barleycorn. That's probably one of my favorite NPC names in the game, not gonna lie. Farmer Barleycorn. Like, that is a name that is a fiction name if I've ever heard one, but like perfect for a farmer, for a fictional farmer. 205. Yep, we're so good. So good right now. We are actually, as far as non-speedway levels are concerned, this is actually the last new level there is in Spyro 2. And funny enough, this is actually the one game in this entire trifecta where we actually are not going to be fighting the final boss. It's funny because there's no reason to in this category. Ripto does not give any orbs, nor... Ripto does not give any orbs, nor are any orbs locked behind beating Ripto. Which is also funny considering that in the PlayStation 1 version of this game, for speedrunning 64 orbs, you actually do have to beat Ripto to finish the run. And Reignited, you don't have to fight Ripto once. Oh, come on, really? And 12 orbs away. And I would say, as far as time goes, we're probably like almost like maybe 15, a little less than 15 minutes away from finishing up this portion of the trifecta. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Oh my god, I lost where you were for a second. Alright, same deal as first. It's just going, except it's 5 UFO instead of 3. Oh. Last one is... I couldn't get to it in time. There we go. Ooh, and we're at perfect health. Actually, I'm trying to think. Is there even... I'm not even sure if there's going to... Okay. Thought for a second I could make that jump. Nice. There we go. Cane to Speedway, let's go. One more before we have to basically go back and recover all the other orbs that we did not have a chance to do so last time, mainly for routing purposes or just accessibility purposes. Alright, so far so good. Not a bad start. Really? Okay, that blink didn't hit. Not a fan of that, but we have way more than enough time. Really? Okay. Interesting game. Let's not... Now where's the last one? Game. Wow. Okay. Alright, I see how it is, game. Speedway just didn't want to cooperate. That's cool. That's cool. Now, to access the Hunter, the Orb Challenge from Hunter, get it all the way over here, and this is essentially like an auto-scroller almost. It is. This is an incredibly easy orb challenge. Especially when you can just mash the laser button. Oh, come on. Oh, there we go. And last but not least, there we go. And now comes the cleanup. We're now going all the way. Basically, we're going to revisit it every single level. We have not collected all the orbs. And that should be, yeah, it's about 50, we are 54 orbs if memory serves me correctly. I believe, we're basically, we're kind of at the end here. It's like only a few minutes left in Spyro 2. Actually, no, no, I am right. 8 orbs left. Now we're going back to Sunny Beach to get all 3 orbs that we actually missed last time out. I need 11 enemy for the super flame, so we should be. Oh, I'm real short. What? Wow, I missed a lot. Where? Okay, guess we can go back. Interesting. The game. Think that. Wait, where's the? There we go. Oh my god, game. Wow, my controller just froze up for a second. I really actually am thinking it's almost time to retire the controller. It was a good soldier, but it served its duty. It's been a part of many great PBs. Some of them world record as well. Hello, oh my god. I still think it's partially the game, but you know. Oh, I thought I hit that one. That's bizarre. All right, I forgot. It starts out here, then over here, then over here. There's 2 orbs locked behind this, and the second one is okay. Unfortunate. I'm gonna have. There we go. Now it wants to actually operate. That's weird. Okay. This one's gonna take a hot minute. Because there's, I want to say there are 10 of these. By the way, is there just me, or, what, for anyone that played this game as a kid, did anyone else think that, didn't know that you actually can charge the turtles and have them fly farther? I used to flame them as a kid, and I would always struggle because they barely move when you flame them, and I thought you had to flame them this entire time. And so that left like a really bad memory as a kid with this level. But when I learned that you can charge them, and it makes this minigame like infinitely easier. Hello? Oh my god. There we go. Either way, nice. Alright, well, we're not done. We're not done with Sunny Beach. We still have to get one more orb. There we go. All right. I did promise we were going to get peak music later on at the run. And I am pleased to announce we're getting peak music. This time uninterrupted by bagpipes. Ooh, I just realized I am fodder. I am fodderless, so I need health. We're good. Oh wait, hold on. That's not an enemy we can kill. All right. This one's a tough one. Like, this is an extremely tough orb coming up, and I'm gonna be honest. I'm really scared. So I'm just not gonna do this orb, okay? I'm way too scared. It scares me. All those Earth Shapers really scare me. I need time to muster up the courage to really be able to tackle this challenge. All right, courage mustered. Challenge done. Yep, this is a really weird little bug with this with the Alchemist orb, where if you just bonk that first Earth Shaper enemy, all you gotta do is go really out of the way, and I believe what happens is all of the Earth Shapers despawn, but the NPCs don't despawn. And so what happens is, because there is no Earth Shaper to hurt the Alchemist, he can just stroll on his merry way. But I also believe there has to be something even more to it, only because I do not believe the Alchemist takes this little time to actually go and free Hunter. It takes a lot longer. So there is something under the hood that I'm just not 1000% sure of. By the way, I'm not complaining. The Alchemist Orb is one of the most infamous orbs in the entire trilogy. Where am I going? Shady. All right. Final level of the or final orb of Spyro 2. Okay. Unfortunately, to get to the thing that I want to get, I'm gonna have to do most of the escort mission in this level again. Most, not entirely, just enough to get to. And really, it's not even so much the escort mission that we have to do again. It's that doing the escort mission gives us the number of enemies required to unlock a this level's power up, which is just invincibility. To be able to even play, I think the game. I think the game doesn't even let you attempt this orb until you can have access to invincibility. Okay, I want to say I don't need to. I don't need to babysit him anymore. Oh, I need one more. Okay. No. I caramba. There we go. This is the final boss of this category, by the way. This one little mini game. And we couldn't access this, and we couldn't even do this anyway earlier. Actually, I stand corrected. It's not because we didn't. It's not the taking care of the enemies. By the way, that is GG's on Spyro 2. Now come to Spyro 3. Reason why I could not access it because I don't have to do it early is because I didn't have the head bash ability. That was why. That was why. Okay, Spyro 3. What can I say about this game? First of all, the plot. Actually, no. Before I do, we did it for Spyro 1, and gotta do this for Spyro 1, Spyro 2. Now comes the introduction. Hello, everybody. My name is Toro Knight. Welcome to Really Civil Rights. We're raising money for the ACLU. We did Spyro 1, Spyro 2, both the 80 Dragon 64 Orbs no level storage categories respectively, as part of 293 no major collectibles, no major skips category. And now we're on to Spyro 349 eggs. Okay, that is it. All right. Now on to, my opinion, the best game of the trilogy. 149 eggs. We're gonna get like every single egg in the game. All 149. There is no 150 yet. There is no war and bossing today. So anyway, so basically Spyro 3 takes really okay. I'll go for like hello Amy Skip. Hello Amy Skip. Hello. And okay, never had this much trouble. There we go. That's fine. Let's just ignore that happened. But yeah, Spyro 3 is a wonderful, wonderful game. Spyro basically retains everything, every ability that we learned in Spyro 2. He has them from the get-go, so no paying money back for this kind of stuff. But also comes the funny shenanigans of using the level to our advantage and do a lot of funky stuff. Such as that, basically going almost like behind the level to access this this egg. We are leaving because we are going to because we cannot actually get every egg in the game because of the main gimmick in Spyro 3, which is the introduction of extra characters that we can play as that are locked behind money bags, and we have to pay gems to be able to access them. And not only that, we also have to beat every single new character's individual level in order to access them in their special little mini stages throughout the entire game. There's kind of noticing the way Spyro 3 is run from a speedrunning perspective is very differently from how it may look like in Spyro 2. Here, levels are a little bit, I guess, like more open-ended in the sense of there are many ways to tackle beating the game. Beating the level and reaching your objective. What I did just now, that's a really cool little wall glide that allows you to access what in casual play is meant to be the very last egg. But instead, we make that the first egg. And you're gonna see that a lot of times. A lot of levels are going to be tackled using this approach, because if you notice, once we get out of this this minigame, if you look at the map, you're gonna notice that there's gonna be a lot of times where like the map is gonna be, it's almost like a circuit, like a nice little weird oddly shaped circle. But more often than not, you'll see levels where the very end is actually like right next to the start of the level. But there's usually something that is preventing us from getting to that casually from the very beginning. However, speedrunners have been able to dissect most of these levels and be able to do stuff way out of sequence. But also the main thing about this level, about this game, is that much like talismans in Spyro 2, there is a collectible at the very end of the level. It's just another egg. However, every level has one egg that we call the end of level egg. Where what happens is that is the one egg that is required to quote unquote beat the level. The NPC will give you that egg, and then they will go on to the end of the home world to be able to pull down or construct or whatever. Oh, that's fine. I don't. And whatever vehicle is required to get to the next level. Okay. I don't get how... Maybe this is the 149 egg dealio, but for whatever reason, I struggle a lot with trying to get the NPCs to talk to me like how they are supposed to automatically when I get near them if I have enough eggs to access their level. For whatever reason, I'm having trouble with that as of late. I think there's something with the game that's preventing me from doing that. We're going to be coming back to Cloud Spires because this is another instance of animal character that we don't have access to yet. So we're going to have to save it for another time. There's also another thing in this game with moneybags. Moneybags does make a return. Now, the one thing about moneybags in this game, which is a little bit of a spoiler. After we beat the final boss, we're able to confront Moneybags one more time. And I'm not going to spoil what happens at that point. However, when that happens, we are going to essentially... Every single Moneybags check that we didn't get to do during the run before we get to... before we beat the final boss... actually instantly becomes a free pass. So we actually want to try to save as many of those instances as possible to avoid having to pay a whole lot. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, this is Sheila. This is the character, the extra character that we play. One of, I should say. Her thing is mainly like vertical platforming and everything. Also, she kicks. That's her gimmick. She jumps and kicks. Good sandcastles. It's starting to become abundantly clear for anyone that's watching that there's a lot of really cool stuff that you can do, from out of bounds shenanigans to wall gliding in order to access portions of the levels that you were not intended to, like from the get-go. There's a lot of really cool stuff about that in SRT 3, and it's partially why I love running this game the most, is that there's a lot of variety in what you can do. All right, this one, this enemy is really, really annoying. I'm hoping for an optimal. Oh, that's actually not optimal. That's unfortunate. Can do a little bit of damage, but we can't take him out in one go. Oh, come on. Grab the box. On. Oh, he's gonna. Okay, gonna hopefully get to that. Okay. One hit. Okay, I only got hit once. That's fine. That was not what I was hoping to happen. But there's different patterns. There's different movement patterns that Bluto takes. There is an optimal pattern, and unfortunately, that was not the optimal pattern that we wanted. All right, and here comes the return of the flight levels. However, there is something a little bit different with the speedway slash flight levels in Spyro 3. So Spyro 1 had just a simple time trial, and that's it. Spyro 2 introduced a second challenge that you get to access after the level, after you beat the time trial. Spyro 3 adds something even more to that, is that you have the time trial, you have the secondary challenge, but you also have a race against against one of the targets from the time trial. They're usually not that bad. They're usually pretty easy if you know what you're doing. Ironically enough, this first race is actually the hardest race. Not because the race itself is difficult, but because there's not a ton of different avenues to be able to overtake your enemy, your opponents. But we are gonna get to that in a second. But first comes the secondary egg challenge here. Ah, beautiful. Beautiful UFOs. All right. They're gonna set the butterflies earlier. Now comes butterflies again. Optimally, what we want to try to do is use as much of the terrain as possible and kind of like shortcut our way through, plus using every possible star boost. But as you're gonna see, there really is not much in both departments with this first race, which actually, ironically enough, makes this the hardest race. Because you mess up even one time, it's just gonna put a lot of pressure, and I mean a lot of pressure. But thankfully, I'm a certified gamer, so I'm never worried about losing the race. All right, and just like that, we are basically home free. Just need to close it out. Because I do have to go through every single ring. If I missed even one, the race is over. I am automatically disqualified and I have to redo the whole race again, which... as you're kind of now seeing it with that timer at the top right of the screen, that loses a ton of time. So we want to go fast, but we also want to be careful. All right, sub 2 minutes, not bad. Now we're gonna get a proper introduction to Sheila. And I'm seeing some more Spyro runners coming into the chat. Hello, everybody. Board Banana, Serve, Urugla. Ignore the comments about Harbor Speedway being the best level in the game. That's propaganda. That is anti-good Spyro propaganda, and I will have none of that. I have a horrible history with Harbor Speedway. Ironically enough, funny enough, the very last thing we will do in this run, not because like I'm dreading it and I'm purposefully saving it for last. No, because it actually makes sense for this for the run to end, routing wise, for this to be the very last thing. But boy, I just don't have a good history with that level. Ooh, very good Sheila. That I actually save a might save a couple of seconds because the Sheila on the former world record run that I had in here was actually pretty solid. Oh, well, and that time loss was negated because I forgot to fast travel to Sheila, to Sunny Villa. That's okay. All right, now that we've properly beaten the Sheila level, we can now actually do... Oh, whoa, hello? That was weird. I don't know if that jump would have made it in. But yeah, now that we have properly beaten the Sheila level, every single egg in the game that requires us to play as Sheila is now 100% unlocked. Prior to beating Sheila's level, we actually could not. So that's why it was imperative to be able to do this at this point in the run. Also, it is mandatory. It's just also straight up mandatory to beat this level, that level, in order to advance to the next homeworld. Okay, my gem count's actually decent. Gem counts are real in 149x. Gem counts really kind of serve no role at all. I don't even pay attention to how many there are. I am required to. I do have to like pay and collect gems to be able to afford to pay for. Ooh, that was close. That was really close. But because we get so many gems like naturally, and every speedway level must be done, we are gonna get like a ton of gems. This over the course of the run, so it's never really been an issue. Darn. Unfortunately, I just did not pick up enough speed, but it was very imperative I got that second lizard, even at the cost of being a little bit slow. Okay, now comes the same minigame, except there's a time limit of 3 minutes in which we're just gonna demolish. However, the challenge is not the timer. The challenge is the fact that if you get hit and fall off your skateboard, you automatically lose and you have to restart the whole thing again. That is something to be careful. In fact, I'm kind of tempted to not even... Oh. Actually, nope. Go big or go home. Okay, good. I got enough speed. That was good. That was a good skateboard, too. Is that all of them? Going back to Seashell Shore. All right, good start. Aside from the awkward little Amy skipped deal, which we're not gonna talk further, the start's been pretty good. Actually, pretty darn good. What is my health like? I should be full health. Yeah, I'm at full health. I am super good. Oh yeah, we never really talked about the plot of this game. I've mentioned the plot in... We talked about the plot in Spyro 1 and Spyro 2. Spyro 3, well, for anyone who was around watching Mousie's 117% run of the PS1 Spyro 3 before this run, so kind of know what the plot is. But for anyone who didn't see, who need a refresher or just don't know, here's the plot. The sorceress wants to achieve immortality, and she needs baby dragon wings to achieve her goal. Just the wings, but she's gonna but she wants to also send them to a farm upstate. Just so that just because she is like that. Straight up, she says like, wait, you don't need to send them to a farm upstate? Oh yeah, no. I just want to do it for the fun of it. By the way, that was Buzz. Really nothing important to deal with Buzz. It's basically just knock him into the lava And presto, you're pretty much done. The challenge in that is that you have to basically you have to try to interrupt his little like spin cycle, which can take a long time. You can either try to get hit, or you try to see if you can get him to try to as if he was trying to get out of the ring. Obviously, he won't, but that is enough to interrupt the cycle fully. Nice. Go. And now comes Sergeant Bird. All right, our second animal companion throughout the game. That's 2 of 4. Sergeant Bird, Sheila was more of vertical platforming. Sergeant Bird is more like aerial combat and aerial platforming. And you'll see that in a second. You see he flies around and shoots rockets. Try to see if I can get both anvils in one go. Yes, there we go. Perfect. Just barely enough time. And now we wait for Hummingbird to come in. There we go. Very good. We're not done yet. We got 2 of the 3 eggs, but the third one is a little bit time consuming. We have to rescue all of the hummingbirds. We've rescued already 2 of them. And now the other 3 are just going to be scattered throughout the level, at least a portion of the level that we've already explored. Grab that 10 right there, and like that. Oh, we're just not gonna grab gems? That's cool. All right, here comes. Oh boy. In my opinion, the worst egg in the entire game. Now, I've said Harbor Speedway is the worst level in the game. I stand by that. But now comes the worst egg. Towards the very end. Spooky Swamp has a Sheila egg. Actually, 2 eggs. I should amend that. It's actually 2 eggs that are the worst, but they are collectively one thing. Escort. There are 2 fireflies that we have to do a little bit of an escort mission with. They are the literal worst. As I will say. I'm hopeful I can get this first try. Oh, darn. Okay. That's fine. Getting hit is... It's whatever. Before getting to that, we have to have a little bit of a mini-boss right there in Sleepyhead. Which, funny enough, Sleepyhead doesn't really not really a threat. He's just a dude that. Oh right, have to charge. Sorry, that was the bombs in Spyro 2. Those are the ones they have to try to actually have to try to beat. Flame. You have to be like super dead center. So that's why I am trying to take my time. There we go. One more and should be good to go. Nice. There we go. Perfect. Oh, okay. Here it comes. Just rip the band-aid on. This is not going to be fun at all. It's actually made worse in the Reignited trilogy because in the original this is actually supposed to be a this was supposed to be, the camera was supposed to be like in the top, like top view, but now you just get regular camera, which actually is not good. Oh my god, okay. That was still sketch. The first bomb is usually the hardest. I actually would think the first bomb to deal with is actually the worst one. Okay, we got the first one done. I'm hopeful that I can keep the momentum going. I'm not even kidding when I say this is going to be a massive momentum swing. If yeah, that's right. Okay, yeah, I was right. I was worried for a second, like, wait a minute, does he actually have to go for that mushroom? No, he does not. We have to go through this one. And I don't think I need to do this one, but just in case. No, wait, I did. Oh, thank goodness. You have no idea how big this is. This... If I wasn't careful, and I would have been, like, stuck trying to do this, I can't explain how bad the time loss is. It could compound to anything from like a 1 minute to like a 3 minute time loss if you are not careful. I'm so glad I don't have to deal with this anymore. First try, that's really darn good. But we are not out of the woods yet because there is a lot of stuff that can... a lot of stuff that can go wrong. Especially at this portion. Midday Gardens has a lot of levels where things can just go horrifically wrong through no fault of your own. So we need to keep our toes at the ready. Okay. And shout out to Dylan J. Fox, who was here on the chat earlier. Pioneering this beautiful, beautiful trick. Hello? Hello? Oh, okay. I compliment. There we go. A little scuff, but we got there. Wanted that fodder. That's fine. I'm gonna need a little bit of silence here. For an auto queue. the way that egg works is think of the aggro radius as kind of like a sphere. And when you at any point you enter that sphere, the thief is gonna start moving. So what we try to do is we try to like fly around it as much as we can, so that way we can delay aggroing the thief and setting off on off its path as much as we can, so that way it'll give us enough time to get to the bottom of the broken bridge and flame him on the first go around. We know, and we can time this to an audio cue when we actually enter sort of that like invisible sphere that sets off the thief. You're gonna hear like, oh, like very faintly on like if you're on headphones on, I think your left headphone, your left ear, and that's your cue. That's like, okay, now he's starting to run. So be on the ready with the flame. Hopeful for good country speedway. Okay, that's a good start. I do like these cows, how they are. They remind me of like the God, I'm trying to remember. They remind me of a like there was like a restaurant ad involving cows, and I can't remember off the top of my head what it is. Either way, country speedway is relatively, I would say it's actually kind of my favorite IL field go for. That was close to being, actually, was that the best country speedway I've ever had? Might have been an IL PB, funny enough. All right. All right, everybody, get your yeehaws ready, because you're going to be hearing that for the next, like, minute and a half. It also comes the worst hunter minigame, in my opinion, of this game. It is extremely slow. The reticle is not... It's not even accurate. I can't even say the reticle is like fully accurate. So it does kind of mess up a little bit with your with depth perception. Just enough to where you have to be very, very aware of that. Okay, that was good. That's right there. And if you miss one, you have to redo the whole thing again from the top. I think you're here. Yeah. Right, nice early shot. And unfortunately, there's almost no way to speed this one up. I believe this is the last one. I want to say this is... Nope. That's the last one, I'm pretty sure. Come on. No. Ooh, I thought for a second he actually shot. I'm like, there's no way that cow shoots his laser that early. All right, here comes the race. Arguably the easiest race in the entire game. Okay, those are weird. Mainly because there's a lot of avenues to get good shortcuts in, nice star boosts. It's a really fun race to do. Ah, I missed that star boost. Okay, that's fine. Again, this race is very, very easy, so I'm not worried at all about missing one. So far, so good. Unfortunately, these races was kind of uneventful. Unfortunately, it would be really cool if I had like a, I don't know, do you think I'm like a Formula One announcer? Just commentate the race. It would just be really funny. A thought popped into my head. Right, we are near the end of this race. Thank God. Let's see. And 237. 236. Okay. Hey, I'm actually doing really well on this, relatively well on this Spyro 3 portion of the run. It's 703. Gem count is looking pretty good. Now, here comes maybe potentially the worst level for things to go horrifically wrong. It all starts with whether or not Hunter behaves and gives me what I want. Did. And good. All right. Now, I'm gonna need to do a special little jump to access the end of the level relatively early. However, I don't know. As of late, I've been struggling with that. I don't know if this is a control thing or a skill issue thing. I would like to blame it on the controller, but it could also be a skill issue thing. So we're gonna quit the game and just get back in, only because it gets us to the start of the level faster to be able to do what I am about to do right now. Ah, beautiful. Okay, finally. Okay. Actually, what I'm gonna do, normally I would just fly down. However, we are going to get these bones because, surprise, surprise, as I had mentioned all the way back at Skelos Badlands in Spyro 2, put a pin on the bone, on the little bone dance guy. Because he is, spoiler warning, he makes a grand return in this game. Now, you may be wondering to yourself, when and how did the bone guy, the bone dance guy, even get to this point? Because plot-wise, this area that we are in, like the entire world of Spyro 3, is set on the literal opposite side of the world of Spyro 1. And the answer to that is, shut up, bone dance is funny. So why not bring it back? Now, coming up is, after this, one thing that Spyro Reignited has over the original is that this minigame coming up, you have to do the all 2 minutes. However, here, no, you don't. We don't have to do all. We don't have to do all 3 minutes of. We can just do this. Get to 3,000 points with one trick, and that is enough to get to access the rest of this. Oh wait. Oh wait, no, hold on. I need to actually. It's better to do this first. I forgot. Or maybe mentally, I was just preparing myself because. Okay. Spyro 2 had George. Spyro 3 had Farley. I'm gonna be honest. George clears Farley. It's not even funny. Because this thing has the potential for so many things to go wrong. It's not even, I'm not even joking how bad this minigame can go from a programming level standpoint. Because if you don't do things well, he could. Okay. So far, so good, but we're not out of the woods yet. Okay. Oh, thank goodness. Oh my god. Okay, I was doing practice on this, and everything kind of went wrong with this level. With this, actually, not with the level, with this egg, and I lost a whopping 3 minutes because I had to restart the minigame. Because Farley got stuck. For no fault of my own, the game just decided Farley was gonna get stuck, and I had to redo the whole thing, and it was at the very end of the run, of the minigame. All right. Phone here. There we go. And the bone dance, ladies and gentlemen, we are not going to see it. We already saw it first time 2 hours ago. We don't need to see it a second time, as funny as it is. Got a marathon to speed through. A marathon raising funds for the ACLU. So you should all donate. Really, really cool that we got to 1,000 already in just a couple of days. $1,000. This is the final level on this trip to Mythic Garden Icy Peak. Thankfully, there isn't anything... There's nothing in here that would completely upend the run. Or, like, this pace that I'm on. Oh, really? There we go. Wall glide, that should have resulted in a hover. That's okay. You're doing pretty darn good. Yeah, this is another instance where that egg was supposed to be the very last egg we access. However, because with clever platforming, we're just able to access right from the get-go. All right. Anybody a fan of figure skating? This egg is for you, because this is just this is kind of like a really messed up plot line. So she's in the middle, I guess it's figure skating recital or whatever you want to call it, a performance, and then this hockey team just like, no, we want to practice. Get out of the ring. And so the solution is we are all one by one gonna try and just bash her to oblivion with those hockey sticks, like just super duper uncool. Okay, like that, you know. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I showed it off just because, you know, for just to show what I mean, you know. This is also another instance where in the PS1 version, this is supposed to be from a top-down camera point of view, and instead we're just doing regular camera view, and it actually is worse. It makes it worse. Because you can also see with the shadow, with like the shadows of the Rhinox coming in. Hello? There we go. Nope, we're not doing that again. Nope. No, the demonstration's over. And one more. All right. Unfortunate time loss, but hey, it's just to show what happens if you fail the minigame. Yep, that was totally the intent from the very beginning. It's a 10 there, but I don't think that's an issue. I think on gem counts is gonna be fine. Oh, I see. Kind of, you're trying to change the game on Twitch to Spyro Reignited. You know what the funny thing is? I could be wrong. This was before I started speedrunning it, but I've heard that Twitch actually did have a Spyro Reignited game title to add on to the games that you are playing, and they just removed it. I'm not 100% sure, but I've heard that that was the case. That at one point, Reignited was a game you could just search up and add to your stream title, but then they just stopped for whatever reason that has yet to be explained to this day. Yeah, so Spike is also kind of an uneventful boss fight. Really game. Okay. Wholeheartedly disagree that I actually got hit, but... So this may not be the last time we see Spike, but I am hopeful it is not the last time we see... What? Okay, okay, Whirligig, the Whirligig took off without Spyro. Game. Spyro's not there. Game? Spyro's not there. Spyro's not there. I am concerned that this may be a potential... Actually, it's not a big time loss. It's for... But it is funny if this actually ends up being... I think... No. Okay. That was just weird. That was just really weird. Into that whale to get a free egg, and then now off to Charm Bridge. Oh boy, Charm Bridge is quite the doozy. Charm Bridge is one of the hardest levels in the game, in my opinion. It's one of those levels where things can just compound into like a small mistake into like a big, potentially big time loss. So now I'm hopeful I can just do this well. Okay, good. The first trick of the level done successfully. All right, good. Good start. Ooh, nice. There we go. Okay, Charm Bridge is going pretty darn well to start. Let's see if I can keep the magic going. Trying to think, do I need gems for the rest of this game? I want to say no, but I guess can never be too safe. Ooh, that was close. Actually, no. I don't need to. Actually, I'm pretty sure I don't need any. I need 1,000 gems for Bentley, but we're gonna get 400 in a second. In like coming up very, very shortly. Okay. Not gonna get the end of level egg right now because it is actually faster to hold off and do this egg. Nice. Right, good. This is a really good charm bridge. Might even be the best charm bridge I've ever had in this category. Yeah, it is. Yeah, nice gold split. All right. Aside from that one little minor mishap at Icy Peak, this has been going really well. Pretty darn happy about it. Pretty darn happy. Oh wait, nope. I'm going. For a moment, I was gonna go to the level after this. That was my bad. Nothing happened. By the way, this is, in my opinion, the best speedway music in the entire trilogy. Not even up for debate. I think I'm just gonna take this normally because I want to be 1,000% sure I'm doing this right. Or like, there's no chance I fail this. Ooh, I thought I missed that one. Glad I did not. Okay, good. All right, not bad. Not bad at all. Not how I typically do it, but at the very least, it was consistent. It's nice. Doing good. Now, time for a little bit of a breather, because this egg is unbelievably easy. You just basically gotta last till the end of whatever this track is, and then you just get the egg automatically. It's not even like, oh, you get hit once, you lose. It's like, you get hit like 4 times and then you lose. And it's so easy to not... It's so easy to avoid almost all of these, so... And, yep. Egg acquire. Wait, yeah? No? There we go. I was like, waiting. I was waiting for it, but... Alright, let's go. And wow, I cannot believe the rocket that is supposed to home in on these things actually missed like that. Oh, wow. Okay, that was interesting. Unfortunately, I think this is the longest, or maybe the second longest race in the entire game. But that just means that it gives us plenty of time to win this race. Yeah, one thing while we still got another 90 seconds, if not like 80. One thing I absolutely I want to give a special shout out to the Spyro speedrunning community, and I am including Reignited. For as much as people like to kind of like, there's this kind of divide between Spyro speedrunning and Reignited speedrunning. I consider them all part of one big extended family. And the Spyro community is such a wonderful, wonderful array of people. Some of the best experiences of my life, I'm not even kidding, have come because of this community and the larger PlayStation Nation community at large. You know, I discovered speedrunning, and Reignited 1 was actually the very first game I wanted to speedrun. Unfortunately, it did actually not go as planned, so I just abandoned it and went to other stuff like Pokemon TCG as the first game I've ever speedrun. But I've always had that love for wanting to speedrun Spyro. And I'm so fortunate to have had the opportunity to show this game off, not just at this marathon, but have as many wonderful experiences playing this game with so many different people, getting to meet people, going to places I've never been to before, all directly because of speedrunning, and by a large extension, Spyro speedrunning at large. So genuinely, I want just say from the bottom of my heart, thank you to Spyro speedrunning. Oh, that's not what. Come on. Right. Pretty solid, Honey Speedway. Could have been better if I menued a tiny bit better, but overall, I'm pretty darn happy with that. We need 14 gems to be able to access Bentley's level. And again, could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that is it as far as egg requirements, for gem requirements for the rest of the run. Like we do not have to collect a single gem once we free Bentley, because everything else is going to be free the moment we beat the sorceress. All right. Submarines is one of my least favorite. Ooh, got the double hit. Okay, never mind. I love submarines. They've always been my favorite. It's a perfect minigame, and I will hear no arguments the contrary. Come on, hit it, hit it. I take that back. Submarines is the worst minigame in the franchise. It's gonna be flip-flopping. Oh, okay. Yeah, it is the worst. It is the worst in the franchise. I will hear no arguments to the contrary. All right, now comes the thing I actually dread. Submarines 2. I actually don't even do this in any percent. Which is essentially just grab 100 eggs to fight the sorceress. Ah, okay. Skill issue on my aiming. Nice. 3 more. There's last. Oh, there's one. Ooh, oh my god. That. How did that not end me? Okay. I'll take it. That should have ended me. Not gonna lie. Nice. All right. All right. We have now collected every gem that we need for the rest of the run. Not even kidding. Appreciate the GL have HF Dread. Appreciate you stopping on by. I appreciate everyone who has stopped by throughout the course of these where are we at? Just a little over 4 hours. We still have, I'm gonna say we probably have another like hour and 20. Just eyeballing it, probably another anywhere from like an hour 10, hour 20 left in the run. Oh boy. Y'all talk amongst yourselves while I focus on this ridiculously annoying egg. How did that actually land? I'm actually the greatest of all time. Not gonna lie. Okay, that's not what I meant to do, but I'll just take it. Have enough. Oh, there we go. Yep, nope, that's definitely enough. All right. All right, we got this one in the bag. Now, see, it's not this egg, not this race that has me worried. It's the next one that's coming up, which is instead of 6 Rhinox, you're going, no, 5 other Rhinox. You're going up against Hunter, and you not only have to beat Hunter, he gives you like an extra challenge because he is just because he's just a brat like that. You have to kill every single crab on the obstacle course and still beat him. Luckily, beating Hunter is fine. It's actually not that bad. The problem is, you cannot kill every crab in one lap. You cannot. But so far, I am doing this very well. Okay, this is a fantastic start. Just get through this one. All right. Oh, I forgot about. Oh, okay. I need to pay attention to that one. Okay, we basically won the actual race. So now it's a question of trying to get to those crabs. That is the question of the day. I meant to go more like, okay. Remember, get the crab. Everything else is not okay. Go here. Okay, yeah, we won. Oh wait, I can't do a trick. No, if I do a trick right there, that's where it's gonna go horrifically wrong. Okay, I'm trying my best to. Okay, that was cool, I think. Oh my god. Okay, that's definitely enough boost. What trick even register for it to do this? For it to go to a full bar? Either way, you win. Wow, that was by far the best lost fleet I've ever had. It's not even funny. It just, holy crap. Okay, I'm not saying like pace pals, like, strap in, but entering this run, entering Spyro 3, I was like 3 minutes behind. Like roughly 3 minutes behind, if not more. To my PB, which was world record. Unofficially was world record. It still technically is right now until things change. But heading into Lost Fleet, I was over a minute behind. Now I'm actually ahead. So, hey, who knows? Who knows? Either way, at the bare minimum, this is a fantastic. This is by far the best start I've ever had at 249 eggs, and that's with like the figure skating egg actually going horrifically wrong. So, you know, hey, pretty happy with how this run has gone so far. Right. Oh, right. Kind of gloss over the fact that we're playing as a freaking Yeti. Yeah, Bentley the Yeti. He's big, he's slow, and he has a giant club. That's kind of, oh, and he speaks in this like posh, like British accent. I think it's supposed to be British, but I'm not entirely sure. Either way, his level is incredibly easy. So really has not much to talk about there. What is there to talk about is the fact that he is vital to the single biggest trick in the entire run. Now, its significance has been drastically reduced because of the nature of this category. However, it is still a pretty decent time save over the alternative. If I don't execute this trick, that won't be in play until we fight the boss of Evening Lake, which is Scorch. We're at 88 eggs. All right, we're doing good. Doing good. Okay, and the reason why, okay, that cutscene is actually pretty important because we are, because at that cutscene is meant to signify that Hunter is no longer accessible for the next few levels. So any egg that requires Hunter to be present, whether it's like accessing the portion of the level itself, or you have to play as Hunter, you cannot do that until I want to say after you beat Scorch, the boss here. So it was pretty important for us to do Honey Speedway first, and then do Lost Fleet before we got to that point. Okay, here comes the boxing, el boxeo, sweet science. Boxing 1 is absurdly easy. However, we are still at the mercy of the AI just wanting to be unfair and blocking shots if needed. Okay. Not a great boxing 1. Was blocking a lot. There we go. Not a great boxing 1. Hopefully, hopefully pendulum swings the other way and we have a good boxing 2. He has a drastically bigger health bar this time around. And oh my god. That's just not good. I might have to do round 2. That's really, oh my god. This is, yeah, no. Yeah, we're not beating this in one round. What is up with, yeah. People don't like boxing 2 with good reason. I can't even risk it with, like, trying to throw a haymaker. Because he will recover a little bit of health, so that's just trying to get as much damage as it can. Okay, try to go for it there. It wasn't enough. Oof, almost there. We're losing a little bit of time here, but that's fine. Whatever. Losing like 20 seconds here. Really? Okay, that jab didn't connect. Come on. Come on. Come on. There we go. Hello? Oh my god, there we go. Finally. That was rough. We are actually going to be coming back here, but this is one of those instances where Moneybags is plays a role, and we have to pay, I don't remember, I think it's like 600, 700, maybe even 800 gems to access the final egg of that level. And we're not going to do that because there's no need to. We can just go beat the sorceress and get that and not have to pay at all once we do. All right. Everybody, say hello to, in about 25-30 seconds, everyone say hello to a fan favorite egg in this entire, in this fandom. We'll get in just a second. In fact, he's such a beloved dragon where we have a category named after him, which is just literally get to this egg as soon as possible. Noodles. That was it. Say hi to Noodles, and we're done. Yeah, it's there's a lot of funny names in this game. By the way, there's Greta from Spyro 2. You remember from when I was doing the Scorch level? Ironically enough, immediately after this, we are fighting the boss named Scourge. Okay, now let's see if we can get this damage boost up for this free egg. Yep. Never in doubt. We are gonna, again, we are gonna be coming back here only because, only because of the fact that, we have one egg, actually no, two eggs that are locked behind a character we still do not have access yet. Which means there's no real rush to get another egg later on. All right. Time for Scorch. Okay, let me explain to you just real briefly what we're about to do. So the objective of this next trick is to have Bentley throw a green rocket at the same frame roughly as the final hit on the boss, and kind of have this naturally sound playing because it feels weird doing this with no audio. Bentley has six different types of six total rockets, I should say, and two different types of rockets: green rockets, red rockets. Red rockets and green damage and green rockets do the exact same amount of damage. However, red rockets have 50 ammo, and green rockets only have 1. Green rockets, if we are able to get that trick going, we are able to take that green rocket and then go to one specific level and bypass a money back check and do the entire level really, really easy, fast. Now the setup here involves needing Bentley to leave 2 red rockets out on the field, because if he does, he no longer has red rockets to throw. So we're hoping that within the first 5 rocket attempts, 3 of those are red. I'm hoping. That's 1. Okay, beautiful. All right. Actually, a little dubious. Not gonna lie. I'm a little dubious that rocket is gonna last. We'll see. I can't tell if did that. Please tell me that stayed on the field. It did. Okay. So now all it takes is counting to 9. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Am I the greatest of all time, or am I the greatest of all time? I'm just saying. Ooh, okay. Getting goosebumps right here. All right, the trick has been successfully executed. Oh my god, I'm not even kidding. Worst case scenario, we failed at, and we can lose as much as like 2-3 minutes. Oof. All right, there we go. There we go. That was one of the best Bentleys I've had, actually. One of the best Scorch fights I've had in a good while. This is absolutely perfect. I can't even stress how good we are right now. Do a little of this to get this egg. Now, may not look like nothing has changed. Like, you may be wondering yourself, wait a minute, what's going on? Nothing has changed. You'll see in a second. You will see in a second. The first thing is, we go to this level, Crystal Islands. You have no idea how happy I am that I actually executed this trick. And then, boom, rocket storage. We can now shoot green rockets on, and we're done. We were basically done. Yeah, so the reason why we needed to do this is because this that plane thief would be the biggest time loser in this entire level. Because we have to, the normal way would be to just fly across the level and just chase him down, and it can lose a lot of time if you're not careful. But with the green rocket, we can just take down the thief from the get-go, and it automatically teleports us to that point, to that area where the super fly chart power-up is. But now we can just access the rest of the level, no problem, right there. Here comes small. All right, this one's for you, Board Banana. I know you're watching. This mole egg calls out to you like the bat signal. Swear to God. Okay, come on. Really? We're really starting this off. How did that not... What? How did that not hit? Okay, Mike. Is this even... Okay, actually. Okay, I'm gonna take... There we go. Is this even beatable in 30 seconds? Maybe. Oh my God. Well, I lost a minute. Okay, I can't even try to lose this on purpose now. I'm losing this on purpose. Oh my God. Oh my God. That was just really unlucky with the moles. This is much better. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. What is going... Wait, what is my counter? Oh my God. Did the thing glitch out? I can't tell how many... Oh God, it is broken. There we go. Oh, come on. Just one. I need one mole. There we go. Well, that was... Well, that was the worst experience I've ever had in my life. That's fine. All right. Now, we're on to the sorceress. Let's see if, okay, I'm a minute behind on my splits as for the load remove time. Now, let's see. This is a fun little challenge. Let's see if I can bring this back. Okay. Hoping I could avoid the cutscene. There we go. All right. This is the final boss, but it is not the... Yeah, this is the final boss, but it is not the end of the run. No, by no stretch of the imagination. We are like a little over 2/3. We're like 2/3 of the way done with the run. With this category. Actually, not even. Not even. We are like maybe 60% of the way done. We still have, because some of the eggs that we still have left are really, they take an absurd amount of time. So we, yeah, we're not even close to being done. Oh, really? Okay. At least I got the good snipe there. There's 3 phases to this fight. Take us the phase, first phase. Actually, no, Cannons is the first phase. Tanks is phase 2. UFO is phase 3. Kind of a little anticlimactic that we have the vehicles or the things that is being used to fight the sorcerers. Come on, get a little early. Oh, all right, that was funny. Hold on, and there we go. Not gonna chance it. Oh, what? Oh, what? Oh, okay. That's bad. That's actually really bad. That's actually really bad. We're losing like 30 seconds now at minimum. How did I didn't I was full on horizontal movement. What? Okay. Yeah. It's much like in the gulp fight from Spyro 2. Once you're at low health, the game is gonna overextend on the health recovery. Oh, come on! That's... Okay. Cool. Heal. Heal. Anyways, we're having fun. No, we're not doing that again. We're not doing that again. Alright. Damn, there goes like a... That would have been like a really big time save had that gone well. That's fine. There is time save left for the run. This could still be a This could still very easily be a 4 hours and less than 4 hours and 50 minutes in terms of load removed. So I'm not worried yet. This can still get a trifecta PV. All right, now comes the funnies. Now comes the funnies. We can now beat up money bags. We can now get every single thing. Every single gem that we've paid him. Unfortunately, not every single gem from Spyro 2. Only the ones in Spyro 3. But it's still cathartic as all heck. There we go. Just like that. And then... Hey! Free egg. And boom, boom. 3 eggs in like 10 seconds. Wow. What a way to kick off the post game. Alright. Here comes not Tomb Raider. Giving us our end of level egg, but we are still going to go through quite a bit. Oh, really? Of course. 1 in 3 chance, and he always picks the one that I'm in. Every single time. That's fine. Not a big deal, honestly. Okay. What? Okay. How did that not hit? Okay. Um, 2 sharks left. One. No, now it's 2 sharks left. Where'd the other 2? There it is. Where's the last one? Oh, probably way up here. Going to bat. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I figured it was like super high up. There we go. That could have gone real bad. Now we're just gonna do another quick game just to get to the start of the level, and we'll be fine. What is that? Oh no! Oh no, we're not. Oh, I don't know if you saw that. That enemy was not where. Oh, he was so out of its position. Ooh, I've encountered that bug before. It is hilarious every single time. Uh, oh man, that scared me for a quick second. Okay, let's see if I can get a nice little boost. There we go. Needed that. That way I can get to this a lot quicker. And that is egg number 6. Cool. Okay, 98 seconds behind. I am essentially effectively 2 minutes from behind my beloved sub 4 hours and 50 minutes load remove time. Let's see if I can do it. I do think there is enough time save to be able to pull that off. Won't be easy, but I do firmly believe in myself. And that's all I can ask for. That's a chance. Did that not hit? How does none of these hitting? Okay, my aim was a little bit off on that first section, but I think this is fine. We're kind of understanding what Agent 9's whole deal is in this level. Normally, actually, I would have had to pay 1,000 gems to access this level, but because we have freed the sorceress, there's really no force kind of stop. And we beat Moneybags. We beat the sorceress and we beat Moneybags, meaning there's no force stopping us from or stopping Agent 9 from being freed because there's no antagonist anymore. I believe the last one's over here. No, all the way back here. Oh. Where's the last bird? Oh, there's the last bird. Oh my god. Oops. Oops. Right. There we go. That's what I needed. Nice. Oh my god, this is I honestly, this is probably one of my least favorite like mini games in the entire in all of Spyro 3 because depth perception is kind of non-existent in here. Okay. There we go. And last but not least, there we go. Wow, from way downtown. All right. Cool. What? Oh, I thought I... There we go. Where am I going to next? Molten Crater. Now comes the run back, where we are going to be accessing essentially every single... Oh, no. There's a few levels that are still left to be unexplored from the get-go. However, most of what we're about to do... Ah, okay, of course. Excuse... Oh my god, that could have gone real bad. What? Okay. Cool, 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 cool. It's fine. Fine. We're fine. We're good. Right. Casual 40-second time loss right there. Nothing to be worried about. Now, if I, now to get to that sub 4 hours and 15 minutes at this rate, I could get it. That's fine. It's gonna require an aggressive attempt at Harbor Speedway, free end of the run, which will be interesting, but also the Sparks levels, which I do feel confident in getting back a lot of time. Oh, hold on. I gotta talk to you first. Okay. Oh my god, that's unfortunate. Oh. So, Sparks levels, oh. Done for this. There is, so in this game, Sparks has his own in dedicated levels, which is actually pretty neat. The Sparks levels kind of go with like one of those like top-down shooter, top-down like bullet hell shooters, if I'm using the term correctly. They're not great, but they can. I mean, they can be for some decent fun. That's just not personally my cup of tea. Oh, nope, not here. That's not where I need to go. Where am I? Well, or did I? Or did I actually need to go? I'm a little discombobulated. I can't lie. And the last verse. It's the last right here. Nice. There we go. So now we're going back to Seashell Shore, not because of Seashell Shore, but because it is the closest thing to the actually to the first Sparks level. Let's see how that goes. Now again, so you'll get in a second what I mean about like the whole bullet storm, whatever it's the thing is called. Come on, there we go. You ain't got time to waste. so the main objective here, like in reality, is just survive while keeping this specific power up. There's a lot of different types of power ups that Spartan have throughout the run, throughout the levels. However, this is the biggest one. This is like by far the best thing to have in your arsenal. And so it becomes a game of how long can you survive. Yeah, it's so funny how good this is. Now on to Bamboo Terrace. We're gonna get the last 2 eggs of that level. So we're just basically rounding things out until we can get to essentially the last 3 levels, or the last 4 new levels of the game, while doing the occasional like Sparks level. All right. Unfortunately, there was not much to do in this level. It's just a whole big waiting game. It's a good time for a water break. Oh, never mind. I forgot these guys were still here. Okay. Gotta be also very careful with treating these little pandas because they can, or these NPCs, because if you accidentally hit them, you lose the whole thing and you have to restart from the start. And this is an exceptionally slow egg. Okay, that should be the last one. Yep. And then all the way back at the end of the level, we got another Bentley segment. This time, no moles are involved, so this should, in theory, be a more pleasant experience. Although it is going to take longer. Really? Okay. That's cool, game. Oh my god. It's just me or the sound effects like cranked up to an 11 right now? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, admittedly, I was not paying attention. Admittedly, I was not paying attention. Oh boy, this is gonna go really bad. Okay. I'm gonna take a safety spotter here. I think this is still the same time, so it's not the end of the world. That's not time say I would have liked. Yeah, barely. I could have saved a little bit more time if I a little bit better on that. Right, how much time do we have left? I would say we got about 35-40 minutes left, RTA. Right. And now we're just kind of rounding off again. Here comes another Sparks level. This one can be a little annoying, but... Oh. But if this goes well, this could save a decent chunk of time for sure. Oh, have to grab the key. Oh, come. Okay, that's... Half health is not great. Oh, but I do have this, so that's nice. The annoying thing is that you only got basically 6 HP, and every single thing can do a lot of damage. Thankfully, this is not going poorly. Yeah. All right, we're taking this. Inking this. Oh boy. Now we can actually go up here. Oof. Ooh, I'm 1 HP. Oh no, I need to survive. Okay. Ooh, okay. Not a fan of having to use up almost all of my things on this. Okay, I don't know if I have enough. Hey, woo, that was close. Not optimal, but it was still something. Okay, we're slowly climbing back. Slowly climbing back. Okay, this is kind of like a little bit of a Doom section. However, we kind of really don't have to engage with actually fighting enemy. It's just kind of get to the... Wow, that is okay. I need water. Wow, that was really unfortunate. Blockage there. Either way, it's just, you don't have to... Actually, you don't have to take care of a single one of these. You can just simply... It's just simply getting to the end of this, and the second egg is just straight up going back to the start. So that's the two eggs in this level. That's one. In the original PlayStation 1 version of this game, there is a trick that speedrunners call Agent Spyro, where if you were to enter this level, however, if you were to disconnect your controller at a certain point during the loading, it interrupts the cutscene, the animation or the cutscene where it says like, "Oh hey, Spyro, I'm gonna be entering this thing. I'm Agent 9," and then you can control Spyro, but almost for certain, you're gonna, if you don't move in a certain direction, in a certain manner, you're still gonna activate, you're still gonna play as Agent 9. However, if you are able to do like a special charge jump, once you reconnect your controller, you can actually try to get out of bounds, and if you die, you still get to do the Agent 9 minigame. However, you do it with Spyro, and believe me when I tell you, it is much more preferable doing it this way. Okay, that was a cheap shot, Red Dragon. All right, we'll get yeah, this is one of the worst minigames in the franchise, only because these dragons recover health. If they didn't recover health, they would be fine. How would... Oh my god, it's... I can't look at the red dragon. That's the problem. So I have to... So the trick is you have to focus on one. Otherwise, you're in for a bad time. Oh, okay. I got 2 hits left on this. Oh, really? Oh my god. No, 3 hits now. He's just going to keep... Oh my goodness. There we go. Oh my god, that... Okay, that first dragon is huge. Because now I can focus my efforts entirely on this. And I'm hoping that I can... unlock it. How are these flames not connecting? That's my question. How are these flames not connecting? They should be. I need to be careful. If I die, ooh, nice hit. We're almost there. Oh, I thought that was the last hit. Got excited for a second. Oh, okay, come on. Never mind. It's back to 2 hits. And got enough recovery. There we go. Okay, this is good. This is good. This is good. All right. Slowly clawing back. Slowly but surely. Okay. Please, do not let this be what I think it is. Okay, I'm taking a death here. Believe me when I tell you, doing that actually just saved me a boatload of time against these splits. Because, for whatever reason, if that enemy was... If that NPC was... because of the way it was located, Spyro was forced to try to be in front of him, like to talk and initiate the cat hockey minigame. However, where's the... Oh my god, where are my cats? However, because of the way... because he tries to go in front of him, he's gonna automatically start walking off the ledge and die. But dying resets his original positioning. For whatever dumb reason. Where's the cat? Oh my god, I hate cat hockey. I hate cat hockey with my soul. I love cats. I love hockey. But cat hockey, I don't think they should. I don't think that should be. I think that should be allowed. Okay. Come on, get in. Oh, okay. Oh my god, can this guy... Oh god. Alright. At least this still is a time save. And just like that, we are back ahead of the of my PB trifecta PB splits. Just like that. However, this could actually make or break the whole thing, because Starfish Reef is, in my opinion, the worst of the bunch of the Sparks levels. butterfly? Hello? Oh my god. How did that fodder not hit? We want to try to avoid that blue one. That blue one gives us a really, really not great power up. It's just a bunch of like bombs. Try to avoid that. Mm-mm. 179. I think that's still enough, but I don't want to use up too many of these. Oh boy. No! Oh my god. Okay, this is bad. I'm losing major time here. I basically have to kill every single enemy, and I'm in deep trouble. I'm in actually rough shape. Okay, oh no, wait, we're back. We're back. We're still back. Maybe we might be back. Yeah, we are back. Oh, we're still back. You have no idea how back we are. Okay, all right. Whew, that was close. I forgot that we still had that there was a second one of these. Oh my god. I hate the flick of the even accidentally flicking your joystick is enough to move sparks in a not optimal shooting angle. Oh, okay. I really hope there is fodder. If there's fodder, then I think I'm good. There is. Okay. Okay, we're good. Oh, okay. Oh. Is there health? Is there health at the very end? No. There is. Come on. Okay. Where am I going? On it. Okay. Somehow, miraculously, that still saved time. Oof. So. All right. Haunted Tomb is not going to be an easy level, but I'm hopeful that things can progress. $132. Okay, my egg count is perfecto. That's 132 eggs. By this point, that is what I need. Ooh, okay. Hello. Oh no, let's not do it again. There we go. Third try a torch jump. Not ideal, but it is what it is. I don't remember how this went on my PB. So this will be interesting to figure out. Okay, now the trick here is to try to see if we can get as many snipes as you can on 3 specific tanks in the back. So now unfortunately failed the first one. Okay. Nice. Very good. Oh, okay. That's not ideal. Nice. Okay. Now back to Agent 9 for the last... Actually, no, second to last time. There's 4 stages, and we just gotta go through every single one of them and beat them as fast as possible. I'm not worried about health because there is fodder, I believe, starting with this next stage. Yeah, there is. Yeah, I'm not worried at all. But I would like to get some fodder right now, please. Thank you. Actually, no, 5 stages. I forgot. Oh, okay. I thought for a second I was like, where's the other one? Nope, we're good. Is that it? Oh my god. Oh, I need health again. Ew. One more egg, and we are good to go to leave this level. Nice. And we recovered a lot of time. So, yeah, we only got 3 levels left, actually. Dynamines, Bug Factory, and Hell. But, we'll see how things go, but this is going well. This is going well. I am happy to report. Come on, get in. Okay, get on top of the whirlwind. And onto Dino Mines, baby. Go. Getting that little wall glide to skip having to just go for the start of the level is big. It doesn't save that much time, but any time save at this point, or avoiding any time loss is preferable. And just like that, we are already done with Dynamon, or we got the quote-unquote end of level egg at Dynamons. However, there kind of is nothing. There's nothing signifying like what happens when you get the end of level egg in Midnight Mountain. It's just there, nothing like real specific. Because like there's no other way to. The only thing you would do is that you have to like obviously you have to collect every single egg in 149 because there's no 150th egg. And in 117%, you collect 149 eggs and one fake egg. Don't let other Spyro speedrunners tell you otherwise. All right, I remember Time Crisis or House of the Dead. Well, this one's for you. We're basically just playing that. And all right, this is practically an auto scroller, but you do still have to be very quick. If you shoot them quick enough, it might save like fractions of a second, which is always good to have. Going to the left and got that red dino. That red dino, I believe it's optional. You do get a skill point and you do recover health if you get that red dino. Which, if you don't have a good time in the start at the start of this, then that red dino is pretty good to have. Pretty good to shoot down. And okay, got hit once. That's not a big deal. We're kind of basically nearing the end of this anyway. There we go. There's still one more egg that people who don't know, who don't really play Spyro 3 may not have actually did not see it because it is very hidden, and it is all the way up here. Two more levels, and we're done. What a journey. What a journey in this game. These past almost 5.5 hours have taken me. Oh boy. But I appreciate everyone who's kind of tuned in. It really doesn't mean a lot to me. That you all took time out of this Wednesday morning to watch this run, and obviously support a great cause in the ACLU. Bugbot is just like an onslaught of enemies left and right. I forgot. Do I need to? Yes, I definitely need this. For sure. He will be the final boss of this place because it can go really. Okay, butterfly, thank you. Okay, off the top of my head, I cannot remember because it's been a lengthy day. I don't. yeah, I don't need to do that, and I lost a hit. That's fine. The unfortunate part is that there are no like special ammos that I know of, but we are already at the end. This is actually one of the shorter, believe it or not, this is, I want to say, in terms of length, this is actually the second shortest of the Sparks levels. Now comes the tough part, is that it's separated into two. Thankfully, unlike Twin Dragons, these things do not recover health. Good lord, I think I would have an aneurysm if these things recovered health. But they do quite a bit of damage. I want to try to avoid that. There we go. That was the best bug butt factory I've ever had in my life. Now comes. And I appreciate everybody on chat that was commenting right now how much they've enjoyed. I'm really happy. I'm really happy to hear. Okay. Spyro speedrunning is just a wonderful, wonderful treat. And I'm so glad we're able to I've been able to show this off. Not just myself, but also Mousy, who did the PS3 version of this specific game, doing 117%. Where's that final bird? The blue-footed, there we go. Oh, okay, that's bad. Okay. Don't think it's end of the world. I'm starting to get a little bit short on time on this. Okay, okay. On. There we go. Okay. Let us go. Oh, we got this. 114, not perfect, but it's good enough. Oh, on. Okay, this could go. I'm gonna need to lock it. This can go very, very wrong. Oh, that could have been bad. I nearly missed it. If I miss one, it's restart city. Okay. Okay. All right. One more egg left. Thankfully, this is not... Oh, wow. How did I... Okay. I'm not in danger. This is... As far as, like, actual racing, this is not bad. This is relatively fine. It's the, This is a... However... If you are not careful, boy, this can go horribly, horribly wrong. And this is the longest race of the whole thing. I'm pretty sure. right, that's lap 1. We're in 4th place. I'm not worried. Yeah, this race, we're gonna catch up. We're gonna be at... I'd be shocked if we were not almost in 1st place by the time we finish this lap. And really, I didn't grab that rocket? Okay. Well, not that it matters, but... in the long run, but still. Yeah, in fact, we might even be 1st place at the end of this lap. Which becomes a literal victory lap. Okay, I need to grab that rock to really ensure that that bird does not my way. There we go. All right, time is coming up. Just a bit of a warning. Time is coming up in maybe about 30 seconds. Like 35 seconds. Because it is literally, once I collect that egg, the run is automatically over. There's no like grand cutscene or anything. It's just that counter going from 148 to 149 at the top center part of your screen. I'm not even gonna risk it. Oh my god. Unbelievable. Time's coming up, and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yo, time. There we go. Whew. Incredible. Let's go to another, let's go somewhere else, that is not this hellscape. Oh, man. So, on the load remove time, it is a trifecta PB. A 4:49:29, because I've been recording the load remove time. So this is a 54-second PB, but more importantly, officially got the sub 4 hours and 50 minutes. And actually 3 total PBs. Trifecta PB, Spyro 1 PB, and Spyro 3 PB. Spyro 3 PB, boys. I have to take it's like maybe over 4 minutes. So yeah. I appreciate everybody for the GGs, Pink Train, Alu, Board Banana, Me Seal. Yeah, 3 PBs. I almost could have had the full sweep if not for kind of not great Spyro 2. But either way, I am exceptionally proud of this run. I'm really happy. Thank you to Really Longathon for giving me the opportunity to showcase this. I'm so thrilled, so happy to finally make my debut on this channel. I've been wanting to showcase a run like this since the first heard of it last year, and hopefully it will not be my last time here. If any of you like to see me do more speedruns, I don't want to say I'm a variety speedrunner, but I do speedrun quite a fair amount of different things. Like I speedrun this trilogy, I speedrun the original Spyro 1 and 3, Pokemon TCG, the Game Boy Color one, Mario Golf for the Game Boy Color, other stuff like Ghostland Yard, a bunch of other stuff. So if y'all like what you see, you can find me on Twitch, same name, Toronite. And please support the ACLU. Please keep watching Really Longathon. The rest of this marathon is going to be fantastic. It's been phenomenal up to this point so far. And yeah, shout out to the Spyro speedrunning community, to the Reignited community. I am so happy with like I said earlier, wonderful people. It is technically it's still a niche speedrun community, but it is still such a wonderful and close-knit community. I am very grateful to be a part of it. But yeah, that'll be it for me. And like I said, go support the ACLU and keep watching the rest of this run and of this marathon. And with that,